Hello, hello, hello everyone, and welcome to the stream. Thank you very much to the raid from Anna. Say hello everyone in the raid on YouTube. Hello YouTube as well. Use hello Pickaxe, hello Dynamo, hello Dragon Lobster. Welcome in, welcome in. Official Bloom, Anarchist, thank you very much for stopping on by. Thank you, thank you. We're doing a slight change of plans. I just realised I haven't got my fan on right now. Slight change of plans. We're not going to be playing Resident Evil 6. So I'm starting one of the other spooky games that I lined up for this month, Sunless. I'm going to see if Cthulhu is really sleeping under the waves. And I need to do this. Pop. Anyway, how are we all doing? I actually have some other thank yous to give, but what I should probably do first so you actually get some recognition. Hey, there we go, Anarchist raided with a party of 5. This is a brilliant start. Thank you for coming on in, everyone. If you do not know who I am, I'm sure you all do, though. My name is Keronzi. I am a variety streamer. I play a ton of different things over here across PC, Switch, Xbox, and board games. Thank you for coming on in. I do appreciate it. But thank you to Exploding Worms and to Patchy. You followed while we were offline. I do greatly appreciate it. I'm looking for a Mr. Dynamo. He also loves to throw hard-made bags of cocaine into the river. Really? One time, one mistake! One mistake, Hunter! Hang on a minute. Never let me live that down, you son of a bitch. Anyway, so yeah, we're playing Sunless. This is what I was planning on playing for Monday. So we'll be playing it a little bit early, seeing what it's like, seeing if it's any good. Continue on. We may continue on Monday. We may play one of the other games that I've got lined up. Because I have a ton of spooky games to play this month. Only because Spooky! Only because you made a big point of telling us that it could be done, be careful, that you went and did it. Yes! Yes, and I said there was an achievement linked to it. I wasn't actively going to go for it because it would have had to have been agreed with the entire group that, hey, we're going to go for this. They made no mention that the boat could only hold, is it 2 bags? 3 bags? Spanakopera! Trinky, hello, welcome in, welcome in. Everyone's here, that's what you love to see. Thank you so much for coming on by. You got a dip, Ronzi, have a great stream. Hey, no worries, Anna, that's mighty fine. Thank you very much for bringing in the raid, I do appreciate it. To be honest, I think I probably should just stop waffling. And we just actually get into the gameplay, because I don't really want to think you want to listen to this voice, this rather grating voice. And this ugly mug, so what's looking at this ugly mug in the forefront anyway. Hey, my lovely, I am doing good, thank you very much, Trinky. I hope you are doing well as well. I hope you managed to get all of your got your lessons all planned out. I assume you're planning out for the entire week. Obviously, as this is a new game, we're just gonna remove some of these base items. Just so I can get myself a nice screen grab. Oh, I should gums and deal with it. Hey, Patchy, welcome in, welcome in. Absolutely not. That's what. Absolutely not. But that's what tomorrow is for. Hey, at least you got a decent amount done, I assume. I just hit B. I'm in Switch mode. How are you today, Mr. Valhalla? Sure I had a Valhalla, right? Yeah, I did hear a Valhalla. Oh, okay, well there's nothing really going on. Hey, look! Cthulhu Runzi. Well, Necronomicon Runzi, anyway. Alright, let's see what this is about, shall we? May have to readjust volume levels. I mean, true. Well, do not forget, if anyone does any hosting for any channels out there, AutoHost still isn't working, so you'll likely have to go and sort that out manually. Not saying I need the hosts, because why would you want to host this? But yeah, if you want to host other people, make sure you go and give them a host directly. Because I very much doubt Twitch is going to be fixing that anytime soon. Alright, new game. Well, yeah, I don't have a saved game. Shark and a chastity belt. Okay. I see where we're going with this game. Off to a great start, I see. Chastity Shark.
Alright, I'm back.
Oh, welcome back. Hello. You're back. You're back in time for Chastity Shark.
Oh, Chastity Shark is probably one of the most majestic of the sharks.
Oh dear me. How we doing, my friend?
Pretty good.
Good-o, good-o. Okay. 3 decades ago, in the reign of Victoria, London was stolen by bats. Now it lies a mile below the surface. It was dreadfully inconvenient for everyone, but it opened a vast black ocean to you. Welcome to Untersee? Okay. Choose a path. Untersee? Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, choose a path. Decide who you were and what you want to be. Where do you hang your hat in London? Your new lodge in a room above the blind helmsman. Okay. Now you're a captain. Now you belong to the Untersee. But who were you before? A street urchin. Your urchin gang cast you out when you grew too tall. Oh, you took to sea rather than graduate to larger crimes. The last big score was enough to buy you a ship.
Wow.
This will give you a bonus to Veils, the skill of subtlety and evasion. A poet, educated and articulated. Oh, that ain't fucking me. You seek sensation at sea. How lucky you had a legacy to spend. Your long-vanished father had a rich patron, it seems. This will give you a bonus to pages, the skill of trickery and knowledge. That could be interesting. A veteran of the campaign of 68. You fought in the invasion of Hell. London's armies lost. You survived. Your loot and your pension have brought you a command. Hey,
Yes.
Hey, Vespartan, how's it going? Welcome in, welcome in.
That's clearly your choice right there.
This will give you a bonus to Iron, the skill of causing direct damage. An ordained priest. You fell from grace. There is nothing left ashore for you. An anonymous benefactor has found this way out for you. Perhaps at Z, you can overcome your appetites.
You're a bad man.
This will give you a bonus to hearts, the skill of healing and morale. Or a natural philosopher. Your particular theories on time, blood, and starlight brought you down to the Neath, the cavern where London lies, and now they take you out to Z. This gives you a bonus to mirrors, the skill of detection and perception. I think, yeah, a veteran of the campaign of '86.
Yeah, man.
We fought the invasion of hell. We survived. Jesus, look at that picture up the top. That's who I am.
You look like a crazy homeless man.
Yeah. Stern and exciting. They will not trifle with you. You promised a job to your acquaintance, the Shady Cook. He'll do until you find someone less disgusting. Talk to him to find out why he went to Z. You were a weary soldier, now you're a Z captain. No one was born a Z captain. You're a stranger. You're a stranger. Quality has gone. Welcome to the world. A past yet to be revealed.
You're a stranger.
A stranger.
You buy things at a high price.
You've gained 20 echoes. New total 70. Echoes are the currency of the bazaar, and thus the currency of London. You gain 25 iron. Total is now 50. Iron destroy increases the damage of your attacks do. Shady Cook. He can now rend the supplies edible, if not palatable. Someone in London requires your service. Okay. Choose your ambition. Your father's bones. Your father was lost at Z. You never knew him, but you often dreamed of him. Find and return his remains to London for a decent burial. Immortality. Eternal life sounds like something you'd enjoy. But it's said that the presbyter, the ruler of the Elder Covenant, has lived forever. Fulfillment. Gather 100 tales, learn all you can of Z, write a masterpiece, retire. Wealth. You know how it is to be poor. Now you want a mansion, servants, fine clothes, a family perhaps. A private kingdom? Establish a colony where you are absolute ruler, a utopia, perhaps. Perhaps. You can't choose this now, but you may find an opportunity to switch to it later in the game. I think, considering it is spooky month, we go with immortality. Wresting immortality from the ruler of the Elder Covenant? That sounds good. Okay. Right. Is this tool? Shit, I have to do this. Let's do this. Do not disturb, thank you. Oops, apparently we are doing whatever the top one was. I didn't even read what we had there. Oh no, this was the, we got a random quest. Is it eternal life or eternal youth? Because there's a big difference. It's eternal life, I believe. Captain! Captain! An irregularity with the Harborman's office. They wish to know, what term of address do you prefer ashore? This will determine what people call your captain, but your captain's gender is up to you. Madame, more the captains choose this than you might expect. Sir, citizen, a term of address popular among those of egal egalitarian sentiments. My lord, perhaps you really do come from noble family. Who knows? Who's to know? My lady, perhaps you really do come from noble. Who's to know? Captain, captain will do perfectly well ashore as well as at sea. Thank you. Citizen.
Yeah, you should go with citizen. You should go with citizen because service guarantees citizenship.
Citizens! Last scrap of paperwork. Citizen! The term of address popular among those of egalitarian sentiment. Citizen, perhaps you are some sort of rambling enthusiast, eh? The last piece of advice, explore. Take chances. This captain will probably die. The Z is hungry, but each captain passes on lessons to the next.
This is roguelite, eh?
I believe it is, yeah. How do I speak to you? Occurrence. You're addressed as... Quality is now citizen. Ooh.
I will address you as hey you.
Oh, okay. And that might be the cook. Now that's the cook. We got to pick an image for ourselves.
Ooh.
I think it's got to be this one, right?
I'm torn, honestly, between that one and the guy in the diving helmet.
Oh, the guy in the diving helmet. Jesus, yeah.
It's your call, but I'm torn between that. The diving helmet's just hilarious. Is that the Phantom of the Opera?
Which one's the Phantom of the Opera?
The guy with the mask.
Yeah, no, you're right. That is. That's the Phantom of the Opera. Jeez.
You should go with the Phantom of the Opera.
Yeah.
You were horribly injured in the war.
I will start off with Keronzi for this one.
It is the Phantom of the Opera.
Mainly because I don't actually know the Phantom of the Opera's actual name.
The Phantom of the Opera.
No, it doesn't have an actual. Doesn't he have an actual name?
Back when he was a sideshow freak, maybe I don't remember. Probably like Jean or Claude or some weird French name like that. You know how they are.
Alright, so story. Alright, so Fallen London, deep, dark, and marvelous. All voyages start here, and this is where successful voyages end. We probably should do the tutorial.
Part of me feels bad that London sank, but another part of me does not feel bad because they just steal stuff from other countries.
How to use your submarine? How will it work? This tutorial branch will tell you how to make most of your submarine. It's locked, apparently.
What game is this anyway?
This is Subnautica. No, it's Sunless Sea, sorry. Subnautica is something completely different.
Yeah, okay, cool.
This is Sunless Sea.
Alright.
Her Majesty's Admiralty has sworn off submarine exploration. However, you've heard tales of unofficial research into submarine travel being conducted in her distant colony.
Wipe out the Xenos threat.
Travel to the southern coast and follow it east to the port of Carnelian. There you will learn how to convert your ship into a submarine. Be sure you're prepared for the journey. Okay, so
from the Jedi Master who taught me.
Yeah, so this is a Submariner edition. So I imagine a lot of it is mainly you do sailing. So like,
yeah,
you can get a submarine if you wanted.
Yeah, I've seen stuff for Sunless Sea, and I was like, oh, I should give it a try, but other stuff came up.
London, she's the greatest city on the Untersea. I'm going to have trouble saying that any time it comes up. And don't you forget it. Adopt a Bellarmine Gallivanter. A Bellarmine sit atop a splintered crate, cracking and whistling at captains whenever near. Unlock with no more than... I died, okay.
Ooh, boss.
Alright, we're just going to go into this, and I've got no idea what's going on. I'm unsure if I actually want to put music on at this particular point in time. I might, if this is going to be as quiet as this. Sure, we'll adopt a Blemingan. Apply bow.
More soldiers.
You extend your hand, and the Blemingan leaps on. Its tendrils entwined with your fingers, and it chitters quietly. It meets your gaze and bobs its dome in greeting. It's very small. Is it old enough for naval service? We're pretty sure its moustache has been drawn on in pen in attempt to look older. As you approach your ship's gangplank, the creature flutters and vibrates with apparent happiness. The bassoon winces as you bring it aboard. You now have one of this Galavancer. What a keen little mushroom. Doesn't sound like a fucking mushroom. It sounds like an eldritch being.
I mean, is that so bad?
No, not really. Alright, so, visit the Admiralty survey office. They'll pay for information from the captains. Find out what and how. The Admiralty's picket fleets and intelligence networks are long gone. The survey office pays the captains a small sum for recent information. Visit and investigate ports to gain port reports and trade them in here. The first time you trade in a port report, you'll gain Admiralty's favour. If there's anything in particular they need. Well, if we could be assured of your discretion. Speak to higher authority. We don't have an appointment. Sure. This port. Speak to our agent there and return. We'll see that you're rewarded. Visit the port below and return to London. You can check the details in the journey log at any time. Retrieve strategic information from Guider's Morn in the Corsair's Forest, somewhere far, not far from home waters. You have anything else for us? Out on the foggy streets, turn your collar up. We can't go to the university, and we can't go to the docks. A low-risk challenge. Okay. Sensible sailors are looking for safe run to the tomb colonies, or at least a sane run to the southern archipelago. You'll need to buy drinks and spread around hiring fees. Look for daredevils. We just in the dry dock for repairs or sometimes other purposes. Offer passage to a tomb colonist. And emigrants will pay to be taken north to Vanderbright. A new recruit. I guess we'll hire some more crew. Unlock with crew no more than 9. You have 8.
I thought you guys
Hi. It's 402 bits. I assume that's your attempt to try and wake Lord Cthulhu. Unfortunately, he still sleeps, Elder Man. Thank you for the attempt and welcome on in. I do really appreciate it, my friend.
Lord Cthulhu is a lazy bastard.
He really is. He's been sleeping for so long.
Textron!
Are you playing Diablo 2?
I am playing Inquisitor.
Ah, okay.
Because my mouse died, so I was like, oh, well, I can't play Diablo 2. So I started playing Inquisitor, and it's a new season in the multiplayer and in Inquisitor. It's the Season of the Void, so I was like, well, I might as well play some of this, and unfortunately, it's hooked me. I'm playing as a psyker, much to my disgust. They are fun.
You're back. What did you miss, Vespartan? We just kind of picked the captain. We have some weird eldritch monster pet thing on my shoulder. It was my attempt. Cthulhu needs to buy better bloody alarm clock. How are you finding Sunless Sea? We've only just started, and it's interesting. It's hilarious as well. So lean pickings, an eager seeming crowd of Azalers consume all beer you buy and then melt away. You're left with a single strabismic and melancholy seaman who wants to know if he can bring his pickled monkey on board. I'll pad the bottle with straw, he promises. Pickled monkey. He's the Phantom of the submarine. I think with the ship, we haven't got a submarine yet. We have to go to that. We have to go to one of the colonies to get a submarine.
My relic, yeah.
So, Hearts 27 failed in a challenge. Try again, you may have better luck. You lost 15 echoes. Okay. I said submarine, goddammit. Pickled monkey. Sounds tasty. Maybe best paired with a dry Riesling. Maybe. The much lamented M. Demox found a watery grave long ago. Probably your end will be no better, but if you read this book of invaluable advice, your chances will improve. On endings and beginnings, captains often die. This is not the end. When you die, you'll learn lessons which will help you survive next time. Beware, the layout of Untitled changes with each new captain, but home waters are stable, and islands only move so far. Future captains can inherit some skills, officers, equipment, and money. Over time, you'll find extra items and advantages that allow you to preserve a greater inheritance. Okay. Exploration is the heart of the game. Risk brings reward. Staying close to London is safe, but eventually you'll run out of fuel and supplies. Exploring and playing port stories will allow you to find secrets and echoes. Hey, Tati, thank you very much for the lurk, man. I appreciate it. Spending secrets and echoes. Speak to your officers to spend secrets on improving your abilities. Spend echoes on equipment in ports. You can often find officers in London. On Mercy, unforgiving mode is how the game is meant to be played. One autosave, updated whenever you reach ports, and wiped on depth. If you're getting frustrated or want more leisurely exploration, you can switch on merciful mode. No, I'm good. On machines, your prowl lamp dispels darkness, reduces terror increase, allows you to find the marks. Your engines, of course, drive the ship forward into the night. Both your prowl lamp and your engines use fuel. The more powerful engines use more fuel, but all lamps use the same fuel at the same rate. Try not to run out of fuel. Note that the Admiralty will compensate you with fuel for ports. Okay, sure. You know what? Who cares? By the way, I am watching you, but I'm also playing Breath of the Wild. Started it again, so we're slightly less chatty than normal. No worries, Zelda man, that's fine. The Blind's Helmet is a Wolfstack institution, a century-old pub held together by a crust of fry smoke and nautical mementos nailed to the walls. When you enter, the salt-scoured navigator is already in full flow. A city deep in the interior? Nadar, it's called. There you can decide the span of every life. Coax tales of immortality from him. We can't do that yet. Oh, okay, so we can unlock that if we find a cask of mushroom wine. Nadar's walls are basalt, but within them it is close to paradise as man can make. 1,000 fountains, the streets paved with gem slabs, and the air sweet with honeysuckle and orange groves. How does he know? Has he been there? How's it going? Yeah, not too bad, thanks, Sally. How's it going with you? Okay. So ambition. No, death hath no dominion. Begin your quest in London. It is said that Seven once tried to democratize death. Good mate, new keyboard, so buzzing with that. Hey, very nice, man. Memories. A room, a quality of lodgings. A room with above the blind helmsman. You pass as a soldier. Okay. Liberate the secrets of immortality. This is somehow you win, although you can always just retire in London for a draw. Someone's looking for passage. Almost safe. Under the Untersea. Okay, yeah. Hey, that's the cook. Our mascot. We have a comatose ferret as a mascot.
That's pretty amazing.
Mostly he's immobile. Occasionally it's feral.
When he's awake.
He gives +1 to hearts. Ah, okay. So that Bellarmine Gallivanter was a mascot. But a keen little mushroom. He gives +3 to mirrors and +2 to pages. And food just arrived as well, so I thought I would chill out here while I eat. Hey, no worries. Thank you very much, Taddy. I appreciate it, man. Comatose ferret. Did you let it out? They're getting the brandy again. I think it might just be living in the brandy. I might actually assign. We're gonna have to mushroom the tentacles.
That sounds so filthy.
That sounds more my speed.
Stand back, let me mushroom these tentacles.
Oh. Okay, well. Okay, so we see we can't do that. We can't do the ambition yet. So we'll do we'll pick up the passenger.
Oh, that attitude.
What, this game? I've never heard of it. So this game is Sunless Sea. It's a kind of roguelite. I don't really know much about it. I know it's I think it's got like Lovecraftian ties to it, but essentially London has fallen below the waves. Don't ask me how, but it has. Agreed to carry the anxious university students to Hunter's Keep. He has no money, so the other captains have no interest, but he is a passionate youth, and he promises that his studies on lawn flukes will be rewarding enough. Unlock with a request for passage 3, and a request for passage no more than 3. You have 3. Welcome aboard.
That money.
He jumps for joy as you agree to take him aboard. Thank you, thank you. Please take me to Hunter's Keep right away. A lawn fluke. A full, dead lawn fluke washed ashore. I'm doing my thesis on them. Do you know that they can gest human memory? And I never have a better chance to study one up close. Okay. Damn. That means Crawley must be pretty damp as well. I imagine so, yeah. Alright, so what that? Mrs. Plenty Shipyard Provisioners. A profitable sideline for the notorious carnival entrepreneuress.
Oh, man.
Okay. We have 55 echoes right now. Food and equipment. If you run out of supplies, hunger will eventually destroy you. So what do we currently have? So we got 10 fuel and 5 supplies. We probably should get some. No, Pokemon is tomorrow night, Tattoo. So we got some. Oh, that was only one? Shit, okay. I thought it was 5 we were buying. What does flares do? Increases the speed of your firing solution. Okay.
That's a good thing.
Yeah. We'll buy a flare. I guess we'll buy a fuel. We'll buy 2 flares and we'll get an extra piece of fuel. Alright, oh, I lost... last night wasn't it. Oh, and last night wasn't... Yeah, last night as well. By the way, I was in bed asleep by 7. You do not have to say sorry, my friend. It is totally fine. What does the exchange have? Oh, he's just looking for stuff to sell, I guess. We can buy some things. A crate of human souls. Jesus Christ, okay. Oh, there's a casket of mushroom wine. We could have bought it for 21. Never mind. Alright, close. I guess we launch. Hey, thank you.
Snake?
Snake!
The word around the rumor mill is they're doing they're going to do a remaster of MGS3.
Really?
I wouldn't put it past Konami because they need money and that's a good way for them to make money.
I have heard that they were planning on like doing a remakes of it.
Yeah, I'd be okay with that. I liked MGS3. I would not mind a next gen one on my Xbox. I mean, we do live in the age of the remake, so they might as well bang them. So, we got Alan Wake coming next week.
Yeah. Not far from home waters, okay. Wanna see where we're meant to be frickin' going. Guess the rumor has reappeared in the last few days. Yeah, well, it was Metal Gear, Castlevania, and one of their others.
Silent Hill.
It might have been Silent Hill.
Yeah. You know the games that they said they wouldn't make money on, And then, you know, fucking the guy who did Symphony of the Night went out and banged out Bloodstained, and they're like, oh, people still like those games.
Yeah.
How can we put it on our phones?
can we make it into a pachinko?
Yeah. Pachinko
That's all?
possibilities for this.
Mutton Island. Okay. Murray Straits. Okay, I've actually got no idea where I'm meant to be going.
I'm just gonna head south. Perfect.
But the Switch Pro has reared its ugly. Yeah, I know, and Nintendo have swatted it down. Little ships throng in the waters here. The crews grow restful. They swap old stories of sunlit sea. We drew near to Crimmins Canal, way to the surface. Combat. You've encountered an opponent. The red arc shows the range of your deck guns. Keep the enemy in range while your crew works out a firing solution. This will happen faster if the enemy is in your prow lights. The gun will be highlighted and your crew will make progress towards the firing solution. Ow. Okay, so the Megalops defeated. With a forlorn and wailing cry, the Megalops turns its back, legs neatly folded, bluish blood gouts from its wound. Its golden glow begins to dim. Dissect it for knowledge, or butcher it for supplies. We should be okay for supplies in the moment. Let's butcher it for let's dissect it for knowledge. You set to work with your knives and acids. It is an undistinguished adolescent specimen, a megalops of one of the deep sea crab species, but its eyes, normally vestial in its these troglodyte beasts, are large and rather beautiful. The golden glow is almost gone now, though sparks leap now and then to your knife. You see it in Page's channels, the higher quality, the higher the chances of success. Increase the region in which you convert fragments to secrets. You gain 25 fragments. Okay. Why have we stopped? You see fragments when you discover new places. Acquire enough of them and you'll gain a secret. Firing... Okay, yeah. Claiming your prize, merging with your opponent. Sure. Oh, okay. I think we probably will need to turn some music on, actually. So let's do that. That started sooner than I anticipated. Probably not the right kind of music for this kind of game, but it's what we have, it's what we work with. Oh, okay, so there is... Uh-oh. Bit bad. I'm going to probably put into the harbour because we need more supplies. Out of supplies and fuel already seems quite an unforgiving game. Yeah, which is perfect. So, the Cumaine Canal staging area. The canal ascends through locks and gates, shadowing turns and sunlight to the surface. So, the gates open and shut, the locks remain free from sabotage. If anywhere besides London is safe in all of Untersee, it's here. The surface nations have an interest in keeping the way open. Be right back, gotta listen to a voice memo. No worries, man. The ships of the surface linger here. This is their lifeline to warmer places. A sorry end. A card game ends badly when one of the surface sailors knifes another for the usual reasons. The other players scramble for the coins that spill from their pockets, but you snatch a scrap of paper they overlook. Curious markings, dates, times, code names, spy work. Alright, so that's all for now. You'll find a story when you next make port. You'll receive this from time to time as you travel the Z. Moves in the Great Game. The nations of Europe and beyond compete for influence. Their plots reach even the Neath. The Admiral and the Diplomat, among others, will be interested to hear this. That's all for now. What do we have? Curiosities. What's this? I'm the master of fate. I'm the captain of my soul. You are in the unforgiving mode. With no save slots beside the basic autosave. You will lose this token if you switch from unforgiving to merciful. Okay, that's fine. Advice for the captains. Fragment. Scraps of lore. Okay. Secrets. The roots of all good. Discuss secrets with your officers. To improve your skills, you can speak to your officers by selecting their portraits. A prefectory report. The criminal canals. Sure. It moves in the Great Game. Okay, so it has made its home on a shelf in your cabin. It has built a nest from loose journal pages, the engineer's scarf, and possibly a pilfered map. You can see the indentation of a porthole on the rim of its cap. It must have been pressing its face at the window again. Is it bored? A vivid imagination, you pull out your second best chart and several pens. The Blemmingen squeaks and bounces over, upending an inkpot in its excitement. You are ignored for several hours when you return to find it on your pillow, snoring quietly. Your map has 3 new islands. A note reading simply, "Here are lions." A drawing of, well, it looks more like a vast spider than a lion. Thank goodness there's nothing like that at Z. Terror. The fear of the wide black Z and all things beyond. Reduce this with shore leave, especially in London. When you return to London after a time at Z, your terror will always drop to 50. So, what's your on? He might say more, but a coughing fit takes him. Eventually he straightens up and wipes his mouth. Slowly. With his forearm. The shady cook is not the most hygienic of officers, but he'll do until you find someone better. For Agara. Spend secret to improve your heart, but no higher than 50. Sure. Don't have anything, okay. Okay, well, we kind of went the wrong way. We shouldn't have gone down. We should have just stayed going up, I think. Okay, Quaker's Haven. Once, this simple fishing village was part of the London suburbs before London fell. And the waters rushed in, smoke spirals from cottage chimneys, a lonely hill rises behind. We can't do that. We can't drinks at the Cock and Magpie. We've got a couple of things we can do. So we can visit the hilltop above town, chat to the fishermen, or explore the shores. Sure. You wander a little way along the shore from the dock. Back just in time to put a cock in a magpie, apparently.
As you do.
Ooh. A contest of riddles. Fisher folk, sailors, a shady couple of likely pirates. And is that a drowny down by the water's edge? They sit round a fire at the edge, passing around a bottle of something viscously black. They are waging on riddles. Will you join them? Okay, we'll do the tough challenge. One of the fishermen is busting to try it. We have one echo, so we can give that a try. What do we get? My page is a chance of 32. A whale's eye. The fisherman chuckles and pounds ground with a fist. City folk, he crows. City folk, pay up. Try again. You may have better luck. Sure, I'll try one more. Or not. So, a chat to the fishermen. They sail the Z around the island. They mend the nets by the harbour. They see all that happens here, but you'll need coin to open their mouths. Pirates plying the waves, smugglers at their work, Knight ships putting in to resupply. Nothing dramatic, but enough to interest the Admiralty. You now have one of a port report, Quaker's Haven. Alright, we don't have enough. And okay. We need to find Guider's Morn in the Corsairs forests. See a crab over there. What are you? Just a rock. Hey! You destroyed a crack pirate stream pinnacle. The ship is yours. What will you do with that? Loot and scuttler. Lean pickings. The pinnacle don't sail far from their hideout, the hidden harbours, but there's something in the back of the hold. You finish opening the cache of curiosities. What's inside? Shake a little and let it glimmer in the lights. Cool. Parabola linen. Parabola is the serpent placed behind mirrors. Or someone made that up. But in that case, where do they weave and seek the admirably glittering cloth? So what was that? It's always coins to open people's mouths, but once, just once, can it not be? Can it be a cup of tea or a nice back rub? With optional happy ending. Went from mushroom stamping tentacles to drinking cock and magpies. My, how this game escalates quickly. Indeed. Patrick's lot. Benvar's pillar. We should probably just keep going towards Hunter's Keep. We gotta find more food. That's kind of a problem. That's Hunter's Keep. That's not what we need.
I have a keep in this game?
Apparently.
Sweet.
Bless you. Bless you.
I'm not saying it again.
Oh, the fate of needles, bound for Hunter's Keep. It's rare something so awful washes up. Okay, so I need to go down. Okay, I do need Hunter's Keep.
Damn right you do.
Oh. Shit, okay, it's there anyway. Not bad. The crew might mutiny soon.
Are you that bad of a captain?
I have no supplies now.
You're that bad.
So yes. So yes.
Okay, Hunter's Keep. A hump of dark rocks, swathed in mists, like a hundred other undersea islands. But it is a grand house, windows aglow, lawns impossibly green and lush in the false starlight, raked gravel paths. You stand on the docks as the sea nudges the ship's sides. An unexpectedly warm breeze carries the faintest traits of lavender. Keronzi misunderstood. The crew said they need supplies, so he kept hiding in cupboards and chopping out at them unexpectedly.
So Ronzi's Asian.
Jesus Christ.
Supplies!
Unlocked acquaintance sojourning with the sisters. You know something of Hunter's Keep. Alright, so inspect the lawn flukes with the anxious university student. It lies on the shore just beyond the hill. You can make out the fluke's spikes over the grass. The anxious student rushes by you, whooping, but he stops on the hilltop. On the shore, standing before the mass of dead needles, is a drowning in a Nunnian postal uniform. He glowers up at you. This is not where the fluke belongs, the drowning cries in a plummy voice. It has been taken elsewhere. It already has a delivery label. That means I have to deliver it. The student sneers. Sod your label, citizen. Help me haul the beast to Station 3. My advisor at college has arranged a room there for its dissection and study. My work will benefit us all. Who will the corpse go to? There is only one fluke. They can't both have it. Transport the lawn. Transport the lawn fluke to Station 3. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, the student says. Transport the lawn flake to Nuncio. It is labelled already, after all. Nah, screw it. We said we'd help the student. Loaded with extreme caution, the lone fluke is tied, but very reluctant sailors to drag behind your stern. On your deck, the ancient student twitches with light. I can't believe what we have. His hand tightens on the railing. The drowny postman stares up at you both. It's natural for corpses to grimace, but when the corpse is still alive and is actively upset at you, it's additionally distressing.
Well, it's not a corpse if it's alive.
I assume the drowny are meant like some sort of like zombies or something.
Then it's definitely not alive.
Yeah. Okay, so we can present ourselves at the house. They will have heard of your ship come in. Why hide? Walk in the gardens. Take a couple of burly sailors with you, just in case, but the gardens are tranquil as moonlight. Recontour the island. Plunging cliffs, soft green lawns, a well tucked away in the fold of the grounds. Anything else?
I would like to know more.
Let's do this. The sea's silent. Ships rarely come here. Nothing changes, even the weather. The house is the heart of the island. The house and the sisters. But the Admiralty may be happy to know nothing has changed in the least. I might go and say hello to the sisters then.
Are they twins?
I don't know. They might be. Knock and enter. A maid with smouldering topaz eyes shows you to the parlour where 3 young women wait. A visitor! The youngest cries. The next youngest chuckles. The eldest sighs. Do excuse the indecorum, she says. Visitors are rare. You are very welcome. I'm Cynthia. The noisy one is Phoebe. The cheerful one is Lucy. You're in good time for lunch. Will you join us? You are acquainted with the Sisters of Hunter's Keep. On the horizon, a sickly yellow light glimmers for a moment, then fades. You'll find a story when you next make port. Alright, so. A luncheon with the sister Cynthia. Cynthia is the oldest, melancholy, pensive, occasionally dramatic. Luncheon with the sisters Lucy. Lucy is the middle sister, is sunny, restless, prone to giggles. A luncheon with the sisters Phoebe. Phoebe is soft-voiced, watchful, unpredictable. News. Even when the sisters aren't feeling sociable, they can be tempted out of their lair by the smell of new stories. One recent news. Okay. So who should we have lunch with? Cynthia, Lucy, or Phoebe?
Cynthia.
Cynthia it is. Melancholy, pensive, occasionally dramatic.
Yeah.
Cynthia is the eldest. Oh, yeah, okay. Cynthia grasps your arm and whispers to you. Her eyes are wide and blue. Her hair is wild and tangled. Bats might nest in it. It seems to you that you are sitting on a hillside, above a wide blue lake, listening to a story of a murder, an axe, a net. Blood on scented waters. Another chop? Cynthia asks. You've barely touched your food. Here, I'll have the maid wrap something up for you. You can't be hungry. It's not safe to be hungry. You've gained 1 terror. You now have a tale of terror. That's all for now. I now have one. We are now some more surprised. We are now acquainted with the Sisters of the Hunter's Lodge. You've lost 4 hunger. Total is 0. Iron remains unchanged at 50. You now have Gods of Z, Salt's Attention. It watches you, if it even exists. So we should probably come back to Hunter's Lodge every now and then. Not receiving visit, the parlour is empty. Where are the sisters? The maid makes it clear through a series of unwelcome growls that Phoebe, Lucy, and Cynthia are all 3 indisposed. No lunch today, apparently. Alright. What are you? Who plucks the flax from the banks of the river that flows through the deep? No shops available. Okay. So, where does it want me to go? So the Admiralty is still wanting me to find Guider's Morn in the Corsair's Forest, somewhere not far from home waters. Fate of Needles. Bound for Station 3 with the action students. Home waters. Sailors dwindle at the Royal, watching for the lights of London. Okay. Let's see what. Let's just go north some more, I guess. Do another battle. Sure, okay. We gained some more fuel, that's always good. Carissa's Point. Vanderblight is close by to the northwest. Hold B on the button to into notifications. port here. Alright, tomb colonies. Few die in fallen London, they come here instead. The much lamented... oh no, that's advice for captain. Tomb colonies, here we go. Tomb colonies of Vanderblight. On deck you can hear the sound that is 1,000 bandaged dead make as they shuffle and cough. It is something that the world's most restless concert audience of the world's most plague-ridden cathedral. We can't do assist the specialized collector because we haven't got the Undercrow. But we need a submarine apparently for that as well. Both of those we need submarines. A dusty glass of wine. Vandermeer is not the most promising place for shore leave. Too much decay, too little light. Too many bandaged walking corpses. Few companions of easy virtue, no cinnamon, no recent newspapers, and very little pickled cave herrings. We could always go and explore Vanderbilt. Visit the first curator. Gather gossip. Let's gather gossip. Who's plotting what out in the tomb colonies? Along the coast of Undersea, it's remarkably hard to die. The decrepit and nearly dead who leave London become tomb colonists and settle here in bandaged peace. But they don't give up their ties to home or their politics. You gather a haul of complex clues, enough to keep your contacts in London interested. Unlocked with witness the curator's ends. No more than 0. The captains! The first curator gives audience. The first curator is responsible for the preservation of tomb colonies. It has been here much longer than London, like all the oldest tomb colonists. But even tomb colonists dissolve in the end. Its time is close. No more... Really? No more light! The obscureness steward cautions you. The curator is terribly afraid of moths. He opens the door, and you step into near darkness. A pair of luminous lamplighter bees buzz in a lacrith ivory tube. There is no other light source. A bandaged shape, no larger than a child, lies crumpled on a couch. It lifts its head with obvious effort. It takes several seconds for you to distinguish its voice from the soft buzzing of the bees. Listen to the whispered request. The captain, Silkskin. Not much left of me. I will go into the Grand Sanatorium. Bring me colours. 7 colours. Hey, well. Ask about the Grand Sanatorium. One hears the name whispers here, and there's arcade and the arcades, and in the arcades of Vanderbilt. Accept the commission. Thank you. This poor flesh thirsts for colour. Sure. No more words. It collapses, rustling back on the couch. Even the effort of speaking seems to have diminished it a little. The audience is over. As the door opens, it shrieks from the finger of light. It reaches across the floor. Outside, the obelisk steward nods. The book? Yes, the book. He hands you a slim, illustrated volume. The curator is old as dust. We will all be grateful if you do this one last favour. You now have one of this, the Netherbow. A book for children. One page is devoted to each of the colours of the Neath, which are not found on the surface. Return to the curator with each of the 7 impossible colours in hand. The book pages will give you clues, but you'll need to seek far ports. Awake, Apokian, Akbasian, the blue of memory, the brightest coral. See lights Cosmogon, the colour of remembered suns. The fecund, the foetid, the fungal. The flourish in the glow of Cosmogon. But I'm terrible at reading, everyone, so you're gonna have to forgive me. G is lost in Gant, which remains when when all other colours are eaten. Gant can be found somewhere where shadows are myriad. I is for Irigo. No one remembers why. Irigo colours the forgotten corners of home. P drowns in Peglian, the colours of the deepest sea. Someone has scrawled in the margin, beyond the gate, there is a sea more sunless. Okay. V marks violent, where blood is shed in a spired place. Violent ink is employed for the most desperate treaties. And behind your mirror, V names Virik, the colour of shallow sleep. Okay, that's fine. So we'll explore Vanderbite. Here they favour candlelight over gaslight. The shadows are swaggered like cobwebs. The tomb colonists stand still enough to be mistaken for sculptures until they laugh or cough. One building in 3 seems abandoned. Right. Dissolution. A tomb colonist topples towards you. I will not, she hisses fiercely. I will not. Not me for the sanatorium. Nor the emergence. I lived. I will die. She draws a sword from her sash. You jump back. Tomb colonists, fearless and long experienced, are famed for their dueling skills. She raises the sword, flourishes it, and beheads herself with a triumphant cry. Her head bounces across the ground towards you. I gained 1 terror. Total, new total 32. Nervous. You now have one lamentable relic. This is all of us one day. Let us not in a tearing hurry about it. Jesus Christ. The lamentable relic is her head. So no head. Okay, that's all for now. That's fine. It's fine by me.
What the fuck are these not a 10?
Huh? That's actually a fucking curiosity we've got. Reduce this with surely, especially in London. Okay. Arcade of Sight. Okay, what's we got in here? Harry's Edition Shore. Recent news. I don't have any recent news. Ah, shit, okay. Oh, this is not good. Oh, crap, okay, we've had the crew. Shit. They fucking ate while we were just sitting there doing nothing. Damn it. Let the back go. Alright, Vanderbly is where we just went, okay. Let's hope we can get... Let's see if we can get back. We can trade in the reports that we have. That's pretty triumphant dueling. You remain undefeated if you immediately behead yourself at the start of the duel. True. Alright. Let's head back. Dock. The Revenue Men. Her Enduring Majesty's Customs Service works closely with both the Ministry of Public Decency and the Master of the Bazaar. Today they have selected you for an inspection. Don't cheek them. Talk your way out of the search. Okay, well we can't do that. Pay the customs duty on any untaxed souls or romantic literature you carrying. Surrender any and all smuggled sunlight. Okay. Sure. Vexed and frustrated, they roam your deck like wolves. They tear through your belongings like termites. Last they leave. And your suspicion hasn't changed because it's lower than 5. The lights of London welcome you home. This storylet only happens when you've been at sea for a little while. Collect messages from the Harbour Master. Unlock when favours a proposal from the man with businesses. Okay. All the chatter and song of the dockside, it soothes the soul. There are messages for you. Let's see. Something has changed in Neath. Someone wants to sign on. That's all for now. You have one of another day, a free evening. The Rose Market bustles on Rose's Wharf. Who will be there today? Okay. Consider a specialist surgeon. She is staying at a respectable boarding house near the docks and has made it known she's available for work. Ooh, we don't have 38 coin though. Alright, let's go. Let's go to the Admiralty's office. I trust the sisters are keeping well. They are citizens of her endurance matches nationally. Sure. We're getting 5 echoes. We earned 1 favor. You gained some fuel as well. Okay, cool. Fenderboats. What's the nearly dead been up to then? 10 echoes for that. Cool. You've gained 1 favour. You gained some more fuel. The Communion Canal, well, if you've been there, I suppose we may as well hear about it. The fee is nominal, though. 5 echoes. Been trying the original ruby lamps, have we? Some more echoes. Favour. Cool. Getting some more fuel. Unlock when romance a child in London is what the hell? Sure, okay, we'll offer a passage to a tomb colonist. The immigrant will pay to be taken north to Vanderblight. It's only difficult to die in fallen London, but when a Londoner is too tatty and wretched to live, they wrap themselves in badges and take ship for the tomb colonies. Your crew cart, these ones aboard in padded coffins. They'll sleep there until the journey is done. The tomb colonist is in your hold. Take them north. Sounds good to me. I mean, we've just been there, but we may as well go back. I think we've got to go north anyway. I'll
be back, gentlemen.
Okie dokie. Visit the university. The university has an extraordinary appetite for secrets, specimens, and other tidbits of exotic lore. Provide the secret to prove yourself worthy of entry. Oh yes, the university's maritime liaison whispers breathlessly. Oh yes, this is quite a tasty one. Let me explain it to you. He explains, teeth glinting. You lost one secret. A twist in your tale. You are now Favor's antiquated? No, it's not antiquated. Antiquarian. There we go. You've gained 1 pages. Okay, so the alarming scholar is mercurial, to say the least. A creature of sudden moods and provoking teeth. Possibly her. Is it her? Appointed as University Maritime Liaison was precautionary. To keep his, is it his, razor-sharp enthusiasm from causing too many injuries in the faculty. Ah yes, the scholar whispers breathlessly. I have a budget for acquisitions. What have you brought me? If you have any knowledgeable items that the scholar will buy, they'll appear below. A lamentable relic. Not a scientific curiosity necessarily, but the scholar has a collection. Or something. A beaming smile. This would be so terribly wasted in ossuary. He. Buffs! The cranium with a sleeve. I think a climbing barrier rose will suit this one rather well. A yellow rose, perhaps. Thank you so much. Let's keep this between ourselves. Gain 5 echoes. Favoritism aquarium is increasing. Okay, so we don't have anything else. So we can probably go to the university for free now. Alright, let's go to the Rose Wharfs and see what we can find. It bustles on Rose's Wharf. Perhaps you can find a buyer for some of the curiosities you found at sea. The Rose Market caters to collectors and eccentrics. Anyone with exotic tastes and the gumption to harass the captains. According to the archaic rules of the market, you can only make one trade per visit. Choose wisely. Okay, so a bespectacled visitor will pay to learn moves in the great game. He drags his thumb over his thick moustache and nods. Unlock with another day. The Rose Market 51. Another day. Rose Market no more than 75. I have 68. Okay. The honey-addled detective is collecting curios. Honey is an addictive substance. A nearby puppet theatre is performing The Guardian of the Serpents. The detective watches idly while waiting for sellers. We don't have any watchful curios, we can't do that. So, escort some interested acquaintances to the Rose Market. They hope to make a satisfying trade. This will usher in a new day at the Rose Market and perhaps new buyers. No, let's use the moves in the great game. A step ahead. You breathe against the glass of a display cabinet, and the bespectacled visitor scribbles down the words you traced into the condensation. Cradled light flashes in the dark glass as he tucks the note into his breast pocket. Understood. Thank you. He sits a heavy purse on the cabinet and leaves without another word. Holy 575 echoes! Well, the Rose Market is concluded for now. Dark Speckled Admiral. Oh, so that must... that's our liaison that we just, like, met with, I guess. Okay. A little gift. A very fine evening to you, Captain.
Room for one more?
Why, hello!
No.
For a second I thought you were talking to me, but I was like, wait a minute, why would he call me Captain?
Oh, Captain, my Captain.
How's it going, man?
I ain't taking control of this sinking ship.
No, that's
goes
my job.
pretty well.
Ah, good to hear. A very fine evening to you, Captain. My what you might call mentor is very fond of adventurous sea captains. And he would like to offer you what you might call a dispensation. On account he is so very fond of sea captains. Behind the blind bruiser on the docks stands a dreary paled high with fuel and supplies. Accept the dispensation. Inquire further. Do make sure you have 15 points of space in your hold or come back later. This will be embarrassing to leave on the dock. Inquire further. Who is this patron? Who is this patron? Is there a catch? Too good to be true. Very fond of sea captains? Well, who am I to kink shame? Indeed! There's no kink shaming here. Let's inquire further. An airy wave. He runs a very fine, very liberal establishment just across the river, which is much patronized by sailors and by men of wit and vinegar. A public house. And there is no obligation to speak of. My patron would hope only that you might remember him kindly. And I suppose that if the opportunity should arise for you to return his kindness, then I do not imagine he would refuse your offer.
Please remember him, would you kindly?
Would you kindly? Should we accept the dispensation?
Yes.
I should have 15. I've got more than 15. A courteous nod. Well, my patron hopes that you find these little gifts to your liking. He expects that perhaps someday you might choose to call on him at the Medusa's head. Should that day come, he will make you very welcome and give you any safe conduct which you might require. Good evening to you. He salutes and is gone. 10 fuel, 5 supplies, and you accepted the proposal. You now have 1 Menace's suspicion. Suspicion? Oh, you rapscallion! This will increase your conduct criminal activities or have conduct with rough sorts. The higher your suspicion, the more fiercely the Exis will search your ship. Okay. Alright, so we have 108. So I could hire the specialists. Yeah. Welcome aboard. She comes with a bag full of knives and her own personal sharpening stone. Don't touch these. Don't let anyone else touch them. Appoint your new officer by dragging her from the officer's tabs to the slot at the top of the screen. Do this in port, not at sea, or you may unsettle your crew.
What are you guys?
Okay.
Everyone knows it's a bad idea to play musical chairs when you're out at sea.
Indeed. Alright, so we've assigned. What does she give? She gives a doctor on board +1, hearts +6, and iron +6. That's actually pretty good.
What the?
Huh?
Son of a bitch.
Okay, that was a bad idea.
So, the Blind Helmsman is a Wolfstang institution centuries old pub held together across the smoke. Okay, yeah, so we need to grab a cask of mushroom wine. We're not using our mascot, the Blengin Gallivante. He might be a keen little mushroom, but he's our keen little mushroom. Shop exchange. A bolt of spider silk. Ooh, I could sell. We could sell the pail of parabola linen for 60, I guess. I don't know if we need it. I want a cast of echoes. Caro's naval surplus. Torpedo components. One of the most striking of the time torpedoes are torpedo shaped. Okay. A lead beater and stain rod reconditioned frigate surplus. Deck marked gun 2. Torpedoed in there, okay. This must be ship upgrades, okay. The Caminus Yards. The dangerously jovial Mr. Fires manufactures the most intimidating, least carefully tested devices. We are clay? What? We will only work. This trio of clay stokers will reduce crew requirements, but also crew capacity. They slightly increase engine power. They are fitted with auxiliary slots. When they are not in use, they will stand patiently, hands by their sides. Flat, grey eyes, unreadable. One will say, I like it when it is quiet. Okay. Alright, so these are just... these must have a ship upgrades as well. Okay. The Iron and Misery Company. More powerful engines consume more fuel, but increase the speed. Okay, so that's... These are engines. Okay, these are lamps as well. Okay, yeah, so these are all upgrades. But we should buy more provisions at the very least. We need more supplies. It's such a shame that it's one at a time. So we now have the wine. So how does he know? Has he been there? Straight from the source. One bottle and he loosens his waistcoat. A second, he loosens his tongue. Alright. Right, mate, sorry for the brief visit. Just wanted to say, hey, spread some love. Got early shift tomorrow and I'm gonna try and actually go to bed at a reasonable time, so wind down time for me. And no worries, Zelda man, you have a good day at work tomorrow. Get some rest. Hey, thank you for the 37 bits. Unfortunately, that isn't the correct amount to wake Lord Cthulhu. He still slumbers. But I do appreciate the attempt. No, I've never been to Nidar. Not in the flesh, at least. He leans close. But I once tasted red honey. And the memories of a man who had. I only saw fragments. An army at the walls. A breach, a rallying cry. Liberty, equality, eternity. A third bottle? Where could you taste these memories for yourself? Go to the Isle of Cats. Talk to the cat's chiefest claw. Ask about the far-travelled notary. But if you are wise, you'll do like me. Use what you learned to get free drinks. Immortality is for gods and monsters. Well, we're going to be one of those two things. Number one in bits.
God.
Yeah. Number one in the bits stakes 2. Yay! Good night, mate. Off to work. Off work all next week, so I should be able to catch a stream or two. Ooh, very nice, man. Do take it easy and enjoy your evening. Alright, so we need to find the Isles of Cats. We should... Let's go back up to Vanderbilt and deliver that. Deliver those immigrants. We need to remember to visit Hunter's Keep every now and then to go and liaise with the sisters. See if the bats bring back any news. Ooh. What's this? The crawling stars. The lookout shouts far above the full star at the cavern's roof are shifting. A rare and ominous event. What now? Record the chains and assign a name. If the new shape seems well omened, your crew may be cheered. Who knows? Eyes on deck. Forbid them to look. You can't really stop them, but at least discourage discussion. They won't like it, but it's safer. Sure, let's roll the dice. It's a 50-50 chance. The alarming pig. Pigs! One Zayla sighs. It's always pigs. What's wrong with pigs? The bosun shakes its solemn head. Never ask about pigs at sea. He insists. You're unlucky. Better luck next time. You gained 1 terror. Killed a swarm of bats. The leathery corpses lie scattered across your deck. The rest of the swarm vanishes into the nethery dark. Gather up the corpses. They are succulent with stolen blood. Into the pot. Dispose of the corpses. Their mere touch leaves you shuddering. It will reduce terror. This isn't too bad. I'm kind of enjoying it. The trouble with tomb colonists. You brought the decaying immigrants north, now what? One last fight. Your passengers have been drinking. Ahoy! She chuckles. Defend yourself! And launches a tipsy assault to your crew. Your crew hand back, chuckling. Thanks, crew. Straightforward challenge. Unlike the memories your past is as a soldier. An effort defense. The tomb colonists may have a lifetime of bitter experience. Some of them are the deadliest combatants under the earth. Possibly this one is, when she hasn't drunk quite so much rum. You never know. She salutes you, laughing after you disarm her. Good fight, she opines, and staggers backwards and falls over the side. You never do find what happens to her, but at least you have a rather magnificent cavalry saber and her belongings. Okay. You succeed in an iron challenge. The higher quality, the higher chance for success. You brought the tomb colonists to Vanderbilt. You defeated them in an unexpected duel. You want me to hydrate? I need to go and get a drink. That's a good excuse for me to get up and go and do it. Thank you, Tati. Just what precisely is their problem? You now have one outlandish artifact. Outlandish artifact. This belongs in a museum. This belongs in a museum! Assuming that colonial imperial appropriation for the purpose of the homogenic taxonomization is a suitable response to the problem of intercultural contact, which it probably is, because museums are magnificent institutes. If you made an ironclad will, you can convert a collection of these into an heirloom for your successor. You gained 1 iron.
Okay, did the writer for this game just want to validate their purchase of a thesaurus?
Quite possibly, my friend, quite possibly.
Or justify getting an English degree?
Yeah. or just
animation or whatever the hell. What?
Was it taxonomization? Yeah.
Taxonomization. Yeah. All right. I just. What does that even mean?
You know, I'm actually going to have to look that up now because I don't know.
I think I spelled that right. Oh, so it's like a tax. It has to do with like putting a tax on miles traveled, I guess, or wait, hang on. That was one of them. Wait, nope. This one says. Oh, that's a different word. Well, taxonomy, apparently, is the classification and naming of organisms in an ordered system that is intended to indicate natural relationships, especially evolutionary relationships. So maybe a biology degree.
The technique or science of classification. The scientific identification, naming, and classification of living things. Also called systematics.
That was different than the...
An ordered arrangement of groups or categories.
Changed on me. Alright, whatever.
Demiser of D. Thank you very much. Yeah, it means creating one unified system for naming. And yeah, that kind of makes sense. It's also just talking about the British Empire's want of walking into a place and saying, I like that thing, I'm taking it back to put it in a museum. Where we're gifted the crown jewels. Hemonomony, dominance, taxonomy equals naming. Thank you very much. I do appreciate the insight. We lost the tomb colonists, though. Technically passengers rather than goods, but you never knew it to talk to them. And we gained 2 supplies. Okay, great. That's actually helpful.
You know, that explains the Batarians, because if I remember correctly, they refer to their government as the hegemony or whatever.
Yeah. Hegemonic
They seem like the
terrorization.
kind of ones that would be revolving around dominance.
Yeah. We don't care what you called it. We called it this. Also, we're taking all your gold. Yeah, that sounds like the English. Also kind of sounds like most of the empires of old. The Spaniards, the Danish, the French. Anyone, really. But I will be right back. We'll just put it to just chatting. We're going to have a few words from our hashtag, not sponsors. Do say hello to YouTube while I'm away. I'll be right back.
For those of you with an ad blocker or a subscription, please enjoy this background scenery.
And us talking about how great Raid Shadow Legends is.
Even for me, that was terrible.
Jesus Christ. I should come back to that. 11 seconds still, but I'll wait until that. Jeez.
I don't know if I'd give it dad joke, but it's close.
I mean, that is close.
Very close.
God, I broke I'm Trinky the other day. She's having dad jokes. No, I'm not gonna repeat it. It's too horrible. What do you say if you come upon 3 holes in the ground for the purpose of water extraction? Well. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I did laugh at chuckled at that when I got back. That's pretty funny. All right, let's see if there's anything new in the tomb colonies. Okay, so someone's trying to get your attention. One of the tomb colonists takes an obvious interest in your crew, specifically the Candelier. The tomb colonist draws you a little away from draws you a little away from the Candelier. Don't tell her you met me, he says in hoarse grasps. Her mother cut my voice. Hoped to fix it so I wouldn't be able to look. I wouldn't be able to look for my daughter. So I wouldn't want to. He wheezes. Hey, Growly, thank you very much for the lurk. I appreciate it. Didn't work. Operations never completely effective. Need to know my daughter's well. Happy. Finding enough patients. Getting enough to eat, so forth. In exchange for the simplest news, he explains himself. I'm her father, he says. Ordinarily engineer. Not the sort of patient she would want, or parent she would want. If you wish to tell the heir about this encounter, you can do so by speaking with her. Huh, interesting. We could. Let's gather some gossip. What's this? The last tour operator. Ho, Captain! I have 1,000 sad and bandaged soul here. They're choosing their final fate. Will you take them to on one last diversionary tour? It may be a longish trip. Make sure you have enough supplies. 12 supplies. This will replace 12 supplies with 12 tomb colonists. You'll need to take the three destinations in the undersea. Your Delegation colonists will learn. Oh, okay.
Sorry, did he call you a ho captain?
Wait, yeah, apparently.
The importance of punctuation.
Indeed. Ho, Captain! A 35% chance of success for searching warily. Picnic. Creepers climb the shattered pyramid. An owl blinks at you from an idol's mouth. In the undergrowth, a cave lizard munches decorously on a white cricket. This place seems peaceful. Rest of one? Sure. Wine and sea bread. You and your comrades find stones to perch on and munch lava bread, truffles and herrings. Someone passes a bottle of Greyfields, an adequate vintage. White crickets buzz in the weeds, a shiver of wind passes, and then the air is still. With that ambience of chill that passes for warmth down here, two sailors compare tattoos. Your head swims pleasantly with the wine. We lost 2 terror and we lost 1 supplies. That's cool. I think I will actually speak to the surgeon about this. Unlock when learning around the center. Okay, so we've got to speak to her. Does she wield a fork the way she wields a surgical instrument? She works with 2 scalpels at a time. Or with scalpels and a tinned instrument pinning open the flesh she works on. Her operations are brisk and yield very little blood. Invited to dine with you, okay. Precise bite sizes. The cooked flesh arrives still in its shell. From the claws, 8 legs, body and head, she rendered a dozen neat bite-sized piles of shredded flesh. Sutured with mushrooms or pined together with the needle of chitin. Perhaps she has missed a call as a chef. She denies it. My mother was the child of a surgeon in the first city. You might say that knife work runs in the family. There's a wicked, quirking smile at the corner of her mouth. Then there are rumours about my father. She would deny there are any truth to those. An occurrence. Your learning about the current equality is now alerted to rumours about her parentage. Proposition to... Despite her ironical eye. We can romance her? Okay.
Because, you know, you don't have enough crazy in your life.
Indeed.
So, are you just like a ship captain and you're like traveling around?
Yes.
And what is the setting? Is this Lovecraftian or...
I
like...
assume it is Lovecraftian. It looks like it's set like late 1800s.
London sank.
London has sunk, yes.
Oh, so global warming came early.
Quite possibly. I think London just fell into a crater and was just surrounded by water or something.
Ah, it was secretly not attached to the planet, but somehow stayed in place, probably from ancient future magic.
Indeed. So yeah, we're just basically just sailing what remains of London at this point. I suspect.
So it's like if London turned into Venice, I think, right? That's the one with the canals.
Yes.
Instead replace canals with rivers.
Yeah. I suspect there is Lovecraftian roots, as apparently we got this Bellarmine Gallivantia, which is a mascot, which is a mushroom with tentacles.
I mean, there are non-Lovecraftian versions of those, but I mean, I feel like the kind of setting you have going on in this game, it usually tends to go hand in hand.
Yeah.
With Lovecraft.
Yeah,
Not always.
That is true. I mean, we do also have a comatose ferret.
Comatose ferret, huh?
Yeah.
Mostly it's immobile. Occasionally it's feral. Cool.
Yeah.
Maybe you can get... Maybe there's something you could do to like, train it or tame it.
Yeah, I mean, it's entirely possible. Speak
but
to
I
it.
guarantee you find it.
Demiser of D, I assume you've played Sunless, C, then. It lies across your desk like a lumpy scarf. Play with your ferret. I mean, look.
Oh my.
In public?
With people watching? I mean, I know some people enjoy an audience.
A weary roll of the eye. Play. That eye roll says, play. I played once. In the happy warrens of London. Before you installed me in this floating coffin and made me eat dried food. Damn your play. It is an eloquent eye roll. I play with my ferret regularly. You need to do so or it gets crusty. I mean, look, each to their own.
I mean, wouldn't that be more of an issue with washing?
Yeah, that's poor hygiene, really, isn't it?
I do like the cut of that ferret's jib, though.
Yeah. Okay, so Someone non-required services. Okay, whatever. I never washed my ferret. He won't stand for it. Better to be licked clean now and then. Hey, if you can lick your ferret clean, more power to you.
Yeah, I mean, look, whoever's doing that licking, just maybe they should use some mouthwash after.
Bound for station
and maybe
3.
before.
So we still need to find station 3.
And during.
Turn the light off. I don't need the light on. That's fine.
But the light keeps the evils away.
It really doesn't. It just actually makes it easier for us to shoot the evils.
Actually, I would argue that it just makes the evils easier to see.
Cancerbiss.
Oh, Pants Abyss. For some reason, I heard Pants Abyss, and I'm just like, what? The abyss inside someone's pants?
Oh my.
Is that what every RPG protagonist has for an inventory? Is that how that works?
Oh
They
shit!
prefer to call it a bag of holding, but yes.
Is that an entire armory in your pants, or are you just happy to see me?
A little bit of both.
There's a whirlpool there. We probably should steer clear of that. Ooh, Codex. Shit, what the hell are you? Oh god, that's 400 health? No, I'm good.
A Lifeberg? The hell makes it a Lifeberg?
It's an iceberg that's alive.
Seems like it.
It's an iceberg honest about its intentions of taking your life.
Yeah. Alright, so the Isle of Codex. Codex, a disparative cave full of mute exiles and an inexplicable colony of shivering, bad-tempered monkeys. Would you rather it be a Deathberg? Murderberg? No, not really.
At least then there'd be less ambiguity.
True. Alright, so this requires a submarine. The worst of all, Pittsburgh!
Ouch.
Okay, we don't have a Syrian Enigma.
What?
No one will speak. This is a Kapala report. A poor report. No one will speak. This is a challenge. The exiles see many come, few will leave. Some are even willing to communicate, but their gestures are unfamiliar. The meaning's unclear. Even when you can understand, these are answers without questions, as useless as a key without a lock. Okay. Alright, so we have the lights on, then terror rises at a slower pace. What's this? Sanab to the northeast. we're in the Frost Found.
Oh, damn it.
That's the no, let's see if we can get around that. Oh, does it see me? Is it going? Alright, it's chasing me. Ooh, ow. Oh, wow. Lost 2 crew? Yeah, okay, mate. That hurt. This is actually my first time playing the game.
Whatever that thing is, it is angry.
Oh, it is angry as hell.
I don't get what it is, though. It just looks like a sentient piece of land that's chasing you.
I think that is quite literally what it is. Wither, I see. You're doing well so far. My advice to you would be get out far and explore a lot as soon as possible. You make more money the further from London you get. Get a good start and you can have an entire good game. Get behind and you'll feel stuck in the mud for ages. Ah, okay, cool. Thank you for the advice. This is the kind of thing, I kind of trying to weigh the whole thing of supplies versus supplies and fuel and your distance from London. Because it's looking like you can only really make money when you're back in London. Weather. Behind the great arch over the bay, the pale wastes stretch, white and silent, as the face of the moon. From here, you might almost imagine they were snow. North of the city, the salt pools fizz with unlikely colour. Wither is a quiet, chilly... Okay, let's, we can gather intelligence. Leave shore and Wither, okay. We don't have the money for it. The citizens of Withery enjoy questions, so much so that they always answer a question with another question. This can make intelligence gathering frustrating. Are you asking for a particular reason? At what time of day? Is that your hat? Might it be 6? It could be 6. Eventually, you cobble together enough implications and suppositions to compose a report. Wither is a quiet, chilly town chilly town of grey, stoned, enclosed courtyard. The people are neither exactly unfriendly nor exactly hospitable. They have the irritating habit of answering questions with questions. Here and there are the odd sights tucked away. Frickin' a riddle again. My pages isn't high enough. Oh, we could try it. It's 1. We failed again. Discover monsters and locations to gain fragments. Okay, cool. Is there anything in here? Nope. We can't leave shore. We have 2 secrets though. Every 100 we gain a secret? Muta salts. Tastes like clean air and crystallized ginger. Also has interesting properties of paralyzing the vocal cords if you sprinkle it in your stew. Okay. Oh. They have their own currency as well. Interesting. The sign reads, "Bone, please. The proprietor will sell you beast meat for stories or buy your ivory." Alright. Where can we go from here? I'm not sure. Well, let's keep going. Why are we battling? Oh, God. This could be a bad idea. Oh, yeah, that's a bad idea. All right. I'm not going to try and attack the live bug. Or 400 HP. We've got Tanab on the thing already, so we could probably go around. We could probably swing around in there and see what's going on. You're being watched. Oh, no shit. don't think I can go through... Shit, okay, that's fine. As long as it doesn't see me. Oh, no, it's seen me. Crap. Is there anywhere to frickin' port up in this place? Aha! Fantastic, we found it.
Land everywhere, but not a port to dock.
Indeed. Ooh, Truth in Dreams. Interesting. Alright, Frost found. The towers and rampants and galleries and stairs of ice rise and spun like an architect's honey dream. No spider ever wove a complexer web. No. There's the... Oh, fuck. Not... Chesnasod? The city of... No, that's not the city of Splendor. The city of Splendor was... Waterdeep?
Yeah.
Which one is Chesnasod known as? It was built...
That's another Drow city.
Yeah.
No,
I mean...
my guess of Bob would have been incorrect.
Yes. It was built with, basically using giant spiders, and it's in like a very condensed cabin, but it's... All of the pathways are, like, giant spider silk. Have you read those books then yet, Chris?
No.
Okay. How do you know... They probably mention Chesnasod in some of the earlier books, don't they?
Yeah, they mention it in the Sojourner Exile, one of the two.
Right. Yeah, no, because Chesnasod makes a showing in the War of the Spider Coin. Okay, so we can't do the engage an officer, the tireless mechanics. We don't... Oh, we do. We just don't have the echoes for him. Sometimes available for hire in London or in the distant ports of the north. Okay. Take tea with the squatters at the dock. Ask the squatters about the castle. You can't enter Frost Founds with... you need terror of no more than 20. We need 50 mirrors. I mean, let's create a report at the very least. Not all Imrani or Witherian. There's an odd researcher, the occasional deranged ice sculpture. Now and then, a very cold, very sad robbery man. But for the most part, the atmosphere of friendly rivalry reigns. Okay, so... take tea with the squatters at the dock. Some of them wear robes of Imri Riddlefishers. Some others look like Witheran folk, but even more ragged. But they seem a little more practical than either of these people. Ask the squatters. You notice they avoid looking at it directly. Let's have some tea with them. A surprisingly warm welcome. We're keeping the steps for the Game of Truths, a helpful Riddlefisher explains, as she fills your cup for the third time. Every year, the people of Imran and Witherer meet here for, she pauses, contests. She finishes vaguely. The difference between a question and a riddle. One day someone will provide themselves enough to enter the or prove themselves enough to enter the castle. You spend a pleasant few hours while the tea is supplemented with Imri liquors and pale Withering beers. And something the riddle fisher describes blandly as snake cake. They offer you fuel and supplies before you leave. We keep enough spare, the riddle fisher grins. From time to time, a captain gets lost and comes here, and we always feel bad for them. Alright, so we've lost 10 terror. We gained 1 fuel, 1 supply. Cool. Oh, I can't do the other event that was here. Damn, okay. Maybe because I lowered my terror? We found someone new to land? Or dock, I should say. Seems like it. We're in a pirate ship. Nice. Or just some unwitting victim I can shoot on. Shepherd Isles. Course, the bearded watchman tells you. There's no actual shepherds on Shepherd Isle. Sheeps are mostly illegal here. No need. It's just the name of the gentleman that found the islands. Greybeards sitting in the village square nod solemnly. No sheep, one says. Plenty of tales, and that's about anything. Engage an officer, the sigil-ridden navigator.
I'm sorry, I want to know the backstory as to why sheep are illegal.
Welsh. I don't know why they're illegal, but yes. Compiler reports. Oh, yes. My yes. There's been goings on. In the bleak lights of full stars. Surface rolling like a porridge pot. With the roar of steam and flash of fire. 3 windows swimming. Tentacles! And then we saw His Highness. There's rather a lot of material. The Navigator is the first officer who increases mirrors and veils. We can't get him because we don't have enough echoes at this point in time. What we have in shops? Okay, you're just your standard shops. No, I didn't actually want to dock. God damn it! So I want to go and battle this dude.
I haven't quite seen. How does the ship combat work? Do you actually like actively engage, or is it just get within a radius and your ship automatically attacks?
Oh no, you've got to like actually attack them.
Is it as simple as just like hit this button, or do you have to like actively aim?
Oh no, you gotta. So the red arc around it is my shooting radius. If they're in the light of my lanterns, or if they're in a flare, it's easier to hit them. And it increases your targeting trajectory? No. Firing, whatever, they're like the firing aim, or whatever the mechanic is called. And like, I assume you can get different weapons. The more armaments you have on a ship, you'll be able to shoot in different directions. You pick which weapons you want to use, and there are other items you can use in combat. Like I've got flares that I can fire off
So does the projectile lock on, but it's sort of just like it does a calculation and it's just like, yeah, your numbers were worse than their numbers, you missed. Or do you actually
Pretty
have
much.
to like really? Okay, so it is that.
I think the further like if it's on the outer edges of your attack radius, you're less likely to hit it if you're facing it head on, because I think we currently have a front mounted cannon. We're more likely to hit them on target.
All right, yeah. So get it in the highlighted area for a
Yeah.
better chance.
Jesus fucking Christ.
What do we have here? Ooh, we're getting 3 supplies. That's good. What are you? You're not something to battle. You're a good vessel, I think. You're not, though. Oh, wow, okay. This could be interesting. Oh, hey, ship, move, please. I think if the weapon is like fully charged, you have like higher chance of hitting. Ooh, okay. You defeat an A-class vessel, crippled, broken, already feeding the Z's endless hunger. Little remains of the ship's but scraps of sinking cargo, and a few buoyant parts of splintered carcasses. Investigate the wreckage, or the battle is over, you're done here.
Wait a second. What is the Z?
Z, it's the sea.
So that guy wasn't putting on an accent, he was calling it something everybody calls it.
Yes.
Do they explain why it's named that way?
I think it's because it's like underground. That's the only thing I can assume.
Wait, you're also underground?
Yes, London.
Yeah, London sank.
London sank.
Yeah,
I
I guess
we
I
weren't
just...
quite clear enough what we meant by London sank.
Because, like, you could sink into the water and have structures and, you know, the mountains become islands. Like, they could be above water. I didn't realize you were in caverns that had, like, pockets of air.
Yeah, that's what I think, because there's one of the first ports I went into was to do it. Like had what are the canals? They had like canal gates, and it seemed like the reason why it's called the Sunless Sea is because it's underground, and the canals basically take you up to the surface. Let's investigate the wreckage. You steer close, shining a lamp on the debris. Captain, quick! Over there, port side. The legendary clay woman Corsair. She clings tight to a few scraps of floating debris, defeated but defiant. Salvage the cargo instead, or rescue the pirate poet. Throw open claim a bounty. She hunts far from London, picking off both other pirates and travellers who sailed too far. Okay. No, we'll take the bounty. The price of freedom. It takes 3 crewmen to pull the pirate poet from the Z's clutches. While others mutter about bringing an unfinished man, an unfinished woman, aboard the ship, she smirks. She carries little on her but the verses of poetry tattooed over her over every visible inch, and an old sword almost as chipped as she is. Fortunately, her salvage professions also include the jangling money purse on her belt, fat and ready to pay the traditional freedom price of her current bounty. As much as the crew could subdue her, you are relieved once she is aboard a lifeboat, rowing away through the darkness towards Glider's Morn. Your encounter with the pirate poet. Quality is now you have defeated the pirate poet. You have a rival at Z. Got 400 echoes though, that's cool. It's actually... Did I... I'm not looking for a fight with you. Please leave me alone. You got in the middle of that fight. It's not my fault.
What hell? I want to levitate. What the hell?
Hmm?
Yeah, I'm just playing Skyrim. I shoot an enemy over a gap, and it's just like, you know what? I'm just gonna walk through air to get to you, and I'm like, I want to do that. Like, clearly the game glitched out there, but it was just like, what the hell? You just walked over like an invisible structure.
Indeed.
Really wanted to stab me that bad.
Okay, Okay, so a picnic with the Standing Stone. The bearded villagers will sell you mutton stews and kaifa, and stone bottles of cold fresh spring water, and row you over to the stones. Tales of the Standing Stones. Tales of the Three Graves. Who sleeps beneath the turf over on the island in the northwest? The Tales of Thornwell Croft. Rest of the Z. What does that require? Okay, I don't have. I'm gonna get the officer at the very least. Let me guide your ship. I know all the Z and how it works. How it will be. Please. The headaches only stop when I'm working. Thank you. The nonsense here was a distraction for a while, but only the Z can help me now. Ah, my god. The air. It's clearer already. Let me chart a course for you. Ah, my head. A sigil-ridden navigator. That does not sound good. Alright, let's go for a picnic. Your sailors watch the fireflies shimmer, swamp shanties pass around the grog, and shy stones at the more vampirically inclined Z-bats. Grasses nod in the breeze. Across the dark water, a light of Abbey Rock glow watchfully. You lost 3 terror. You lost 5 echoes. That is all for now. Alright, there's nothing in here anymore. What I need to do is assign you. Has that tattoo grown since you last looked? Oh dear me. Okay, so we need. I got some of that. So I can get around some. Aha! Finally! To the southeast, okay. Down there, okay, cool.
What? Come on.
Machinery hums behind the high steel walls. Up the hill there are visible outlines of warehouses and buildings with a spire, but the lamps are low, where they all burn at all. And your ship, the only one in harbour. Deliver the lawn fluke and observe the student's experiment. He's terribly excited and requests your steadying presence to ensure he maintains the appropriate scientific detachment. After careful setup, the shed is empty, saving a writing desk and the gigantic mass of needles. The anxious student snaps off the tip of one and twirls it between his fingers. I hypothesize that the flukes have a method of absorbing and storing our lived experiences. It flows, therefore, and that there should exist a means of transmitting, reliving, that experience. Like so. He stabs the needle through his palms and his eyes dull. You heard Captain Harris, sailor. Target the Ogadai and fire torpedoes. And if it hits one of the lawn flukes, then by God and Her Majesty, I will put you out the airlock and let the spiny bastards take you. He awakes from the reverie a moment later, beaming. That will do. Pass me your notes, and I'll carry on the experiments from here. You witnessed history. You have two extraordinary implications. How can such a thing be? But you could understand... who could understand what it means?
The needle's ready. Eyes wide, palms are sweaty. And then he stabs it.
It was not Mum's spaghetti.
I want to try and work that in there somehow, but it just
it didn't work.
my mind was just like, I got nothing.
Train your telescope on shore. Might be best to get a look from a distance. Church or something else, you stand on the high point of your ship and look to the shore. There is a steepled building on the horizon, by far the largest thing in sight. No cross marks the top of it, nor any other symbol you recognize. Deliver a long box. The only way past the walls is an unimposing but sturdy-looking triple lock gate, silvery metal. A sign beside it reads deliveries. The gate stands open. You need a long box to enter. The only way past the gate is an imposing study of Sure, why not? An abandoned log. A few pages torn from a logbook record a long passage of doggerel that makes no sense. The verses go on and on about purple fires and upside down houses. A fistful of roses, a fistful of roses, the coloured of brandy, and dolls with buttons for teeth. The pages end just as they reaching the nonsense refrain. You succeeded in the mirrors challenge. I now have 10 fragments. That is all for now. No shops here. Okay. I'd like to be able to repair my ship, but ooh. The burning blue. A hiss of horror from the lookout. The glim lamp at the front of the ship is sputtering and arcing, fizzing with blue lights. Even as you watch the blue flades. This is not a good omen. Spin a story. Now any lover knows what the blue light might mean. Unlock with one Z story. Your heart's quality give you a better chance. The darkness underneath is more than the absence of light. It is the physical presence which distorts the shape of the world. Your light melts the darkness, restores sanity to the world. You explain something of this to your sailors. It's not the first time they've heard it, but it seems they seem slightly less nervous. Hey, we gain another fragment. Ooh, southwest. Cool, okay, it's over there. Let's head on over. And there were better to be. Yeah, we already know where Glader's Morn is. Oh, isn't our rival here?
You have a rival?
Yeah, that the pirate poet. She was seen sailing off in this way in a lifeboat. That ship that we end up fighting up north by Shepherd's Isle.
Huh. Yeah, what the hell?
Glader's Morn. The Morn is a stalagmite, vast as a crag. At its foot has no safe harbouring. The Corsair's citadel nests halfway up. An intricate system of winches takes the strain, and your ship rises slowly from the Z. Her hull creaks in protest. Grizzled sailors groan and cling to stanchions. Higher and higher now the undersea shimmers like glass below. Children clambering in crevices cheer and wave alarmingly. The winch motor slows, and you hang in a cradle next to a red-bowed pirate cutter. An evening at the Ariad Lampant. 42 Veils, okay.
So, are we sure this game isn't an attempt to get British people so used to saying Z, they'll stop saying Z?
I mean, that is a distinct possibility.
I'm just like, why would you call it the Z? I mean, it's kind of amusing, and then it just hit me. I'm like, oh yeah, it's set in London. And granted, you guys aren't the only ones who say Z. But like, just the dots connected, and there it was.
Yeah. Pay the loitering docker for his strategic information Admiralty sent you. Price has gone up. It's not safe here. You'll pay the difference, won't you? Sure. You're a generous soul. You'll have your reward on the other side of the river. One day. And here's a little reward for you now. Good sailing to you. The report is barely legible. Perhaps that is part of the code. The Admiralty will know. A drinking den by the dock's cradle is a good place for your crew to find companionship and let off steam. But although Glader's Morn is a free port, the Corsairs prefer their own. And look, askance at respectable Londoners. 50. No, I'm good. 50 with a less than 50% chance of coming out unscathed. I'm good. Gale's Morn swarms with pirates, smugglers, and captains of uncertain allegiances. You can learn a lot here, but you'll need to go carefully. Explore the Morn. There is a surprising quantity of actual landscapes on the Morn. It's vertical, admittedly, but once you find the best paths and urchin roads, you can traverse it as you would a rocky moor, with an additionally throatful of lurching terror. Oh, we got some riddles here. We may as well try. Oh, we failed again, okay. Another afternoon at the Arrant Lampant. The drinking den of the docks of the cradle are a good place for your crew and companion let off stream. Although there's a 33% chance, I'm going to run the risk. In caution, a steaming bathhouse on the spur of a rock. Water slops over the edge of the tubs. And over the edge to join the Z far below. Scurrying captain boasts drunkenly of the prizes they've taken and the victims they have marked out. You listen from the shadows. We succeeded! Succeeded in Vale's challenge. Awesome. Perhaps not. Prices are higher here, not surprising. The friendly face. Of course you can sell illicit goods here, and of course you can't expect to get a fair price.
The old, who else you gonna sell to?
Yeah, pretty much. Alright, well, I think we're done here at the very least. Time for us to make a mosey, I guess. Probably going to have to head back to London at some point. Creeping tendrils of fungus, Z-weed, unnamed fauna, we enter the snares. to the southeast is Pigmo Isle. Okay. We could lose our boat in a minute. The jellyfleur is a young jellyfish? A lesser subspecies? Do the dreams of jellyfish become real? In any case, no, it's a sad sack of goo dissolving into the Z. Scoop it up, perhaps you can eat it? Better yet, perhaps your sailors can. Watch its oil rainbow colours fade. I'm good on that. A face. From above, the jellyfish caps does look a little like a woman's face. She dissolves like smeary paint. Alright. A lonely desert beach. There is no habitation in sight, no market, no old rotting dock, only an old rotting dock, and a stench, and a stretch of sand thickens into damp black earth, from which spout stunted palms? Not quite. Tall fungal growths with frond-like caps, as if someone had sculpted the idea of a tree from a mushroom. War. As you step into the quarry, you hear clamours, shouts and shouting. You can see, off in the distance, smoke rising from beyond the hill, and dots of fire flickering the horizon. Two tiny figures stand a little further down the quarry, unmoving, as if awaiting your approach. The following is an extract from the popular Diary of a Z Captain, From London to Ireme, and What We Did Before We Arrived. Washed ashore on Mutton Island, and subsequently serialized in the Unexpurgated Gazette. The author's identity remains unknown. In which a delegation is made, a choice is presented, war is declared, a most singular treasure is sought by all, and a new empire is founded with tooth and claw. Chapter 1. The Delegation. The figures were rodents. To my left was a Ratus Fabar, wearing goggles, a blacksmith's apron, and an assortment of tools. To my right, an unusually large guinea pig, wearing a helmet, a breastplate reminiscent of nothing so much as the High Middle Ages. The rat stepped forward first and bowed. Welcome, Captain, to Ratstar Island. I am Edgar, Second Chief Engineer of the 3rd Rat Brigade. I invite you to avail yourself of food and fuel at our expense. The only cost to you is a choice. The rat stepped back. At precisely the same moment, with what appeared to be the ease of a long habit, the guinea pig scuttled forward, made declamatory chirp. Welcome, Captain, to the island of Caviax. I am Lady Augusta Devereux sandwich of the Blackwater sandwiches. Oh. Swinach? Swinaches. Essentials to our king, Grace Nor, first of his name. I invite you to avail yourself of food and fuel at our expense, only at the cost of a choice. 2. Stood at attention, looking at me expectantly. The two remarkable rodents sat squatted, both seeking my support. I knew I had to choose carefully. I spoke to the chief engineer. His eyes had a wave-cold glint to them, and he wore his scars like jewels. A rat in the making. I asked the chief engineer to elaborate. He looked at me for a long, measured moment before speaking gruffly. We came to this island to make a home for ourselves away from London. It's cats and snuffers. It's rat-skin suits. We came to live as citizens of our own republic. We came with our tools, our teeth, and our clever hands. We made a beautiful city in the light of the rat star that shone bright in the blue Mount Ariat. The chief engineer nodded towards the distant hill. One day we braved the depths of Chicken Woods, and from atop the mountain Ariat we plucked the rat star to be our light, our beacon. But the pigs of Cavi saw the light, and they lusted for it. They sent armies to rule us and steal our star. We will not permit them to take what is ours. We will resist to our last breath. Will you join us in defeating them? I spoke to the Seneschal. How did an armored guinea pig manage to look so regal? The Seneschal cleared her throat with a delicacy rival to the Duchess her own before speaking. Grace Nor the King, our Lord and Sovereign, for full 7 months had sojourned on the sea, conquering this land and won the southern main. Now, no fortress against him shall remain. No city wall shall be left. No city walls be left for him to gain, save the rats that squeak behind mountain. Unlikely was the lamb of our deliverance. Assured shall be our glories and their fall, when our lady's eye restored be our hall. The Seneschal composed herself, then added, We saw truth and beauty by the light of Our Lady's eye on Mount Caveat, but the rats, with their guns and their chatter and their peasants' politics, stole it from us. We will subjugate them and take it back. They are rabble, and we will rule them with the steel-shod velvet of our paws. Will you join us? I had heard more than enough. I was ready to make my choice. Oh, okay, I'm a friend of the rat. I double tapped A. He seemed grumpy but honest, and I knew all too well what rat-made weapons can do. My bad. I was probably actually going to go with the guinea pigs rather than the rats, but it works. The chief engineer led me to the north side of the island. Skirting the Chicken's Wood, we passed through a number of what can only be termed checkpoints as fierce-eyed rats shouldered their derringers and saluted the chief engineer. They have derringers? Alright, okay.
I thought everybody did.
Rats with guns, sure. I picked the right choice to team with the rats with guns here, I think.
Better than a portable cannon. Fortunately, he never got that.
That is fair.
I'm pretty sure that would have been
To be honest,
problematic.
yeah, I think Davis would enjoy this if he were here.
Yeah, I was gonna say earlier, like somewhere out there, Davis is pleased that you've chosen rats.
Soon we came upon a small colony, smaller than some of the infestations I had encountered in London flats. Perhaps only 50 rattus fibre altogether, working diligently to fortify their side of the island. The first thing I noticed was a brilliant light beaming out of the stump of chicken woods about 6 feet high. It bathed the whole settlement in a clean blue glow. It was almost too bright to look at. By its light I could see several raised mounds of earth, suggesting shallow tunnels. An efficient fishing operation was set up by the water, an albino rat mending nets while others stabbed sharpened sticks into the waves. Further inland was the barracks, where a sergeant barked drills at a small squadron of fighters. My arrival drew attention, and several rats paused in their work to look at me curiously. "Welcome to Murania," said the chief engineer, voice warm with pride. "It's not much to look at now, but it will be once we've rousted the cavies. Take a stroll around while I summon the War Council." With that, he vanished into the mound and left me to explore. Visited the rat barracks. The drill sergeant appeared to be sizing me up. There were a few rats around her, really, as she had to launch an attack. Took a closer look at the rat star. An excitable-looking rat was peering at it through smoky goggles, twitching her whiskers and making notes on what appeared to be real paper. I headed down to the beach. Who ever heard of a rat mending a net? Finished my exploration at the bell. The bells of War Council rang and I was summoned. I'm going to go and visit the barracks because we're an old war soldier. Sure we can help them out. We're fighting impressive odds. I approached the drill sergeant and went as far as to salute her, which earned me a grunt of satisfaction. The sergeant dismissed her troops and offered me a bit of chickenwood jerky to gnaw on. "There's more of us below ground," she explained, "but not enough. The cavies are bigger, and there's more of them. We're better with weapons, but haven't got the stuff to make them with. Most of us came here as stowaways and brought nothing but food, tools, and the fur on our backs. We can fish, and we nibble on chickenwoods, but we can't make guns out of trees. The cavies came with their own steamers, and seemed to have endless supplies. We raided them sometimes, but there's so few of us, and we can never hold on to territory gained for long. But that's of no consequence. All we want is to be left in peace and build our republic. And the Rad Star," she added thoughtfully after a moment. "Of course, we want that too." Alright, let's go and have a look at the Rad Star then. We didn't offer any hope or anything. Blue as a sapphire, but endlessly more brilliant. It's not a star, of course. Not really. But trying to explain it to the others. The chief engineer doesn't want me working too hard to convince them. But it says it's better for morale. But just look at it. Look! She offered me her goggles. I managed to work them over just enough of one of my eyes to see the truth of what she was studying. It was skintalic, but unlike any I'd seen before. Blue as a sapphire, but more brilliant. Something about the clarity of its colour was tremendously soothing. The chief science officer tittered with pleasure as I handed her goggles back. Those of us who have been to the cavey side of the island live to tell of it say that there's plenty of glow there. Plenty of bright in the water all around, but nothing like this. We took this from the island centre, Mount Ararat. Only it's not a mountain, of course. Any more than this is a star. It's hollow. There's sweet water inside, with coral crawling up the walls of it. But nothing that glows save this. It's ours now. No one can take it from us.
We
Alright.
interrupt this game about naval trading and combat to give you a choose-your-own-adventure.
Indeed. Where the green billows play, an albino rat smiled at me from his mending work, looking dainty and a little shy. Chickenwood floats, especially when it's dried out and sealed. So we were able to paddle out a bit and cast our nets. We came up with all sorts of things. Blind fish, crabs, sometimes a chunk of broken tentacle. But the fishing would never be so good without the rat star. He beamed. I think it only draws good fish and keeps the scary ones at bay. I know the chief science officer doesn't believe it, but I do. The light is our livelihood. Alright, time for the War Council, I guess. The bells of War Council rang. I was summoned. The chief engineer emerged from underground with a motley assortment of other rats. He introduced them as weapons experts, strategists, and field commanders. So, you're going to help us beat the cavies? He said, a hard edge to his voice. But how exactly? We engineered... I've put my strategic assistant. We engineered a distraction that the LBs could use to plunder the Cavi's ships and turn the tides in their favour. I had a ship. I had cannons. We would steer to the southern side of the island and have at those uppity aminals. We got a 42% chance that we do the Veils. I'm not very good at Veils. I'm good at Iron, though. So, let's give it to those uppity animals. Animals? Animals. I really can't speak.
Words are hard.
I know, just brain no work. I determined to take the lead. I had a ship. I had cannons. We would... Yeah, okay. A palpable hit! The rats gave me what information they possessed about the Cavi's settlements, but I still had to improvise a great deal on the spot. Perfect storm of speed, stealth, and the strength in armed favours us. Our cannons let fly a volley of shots into the beach before the Cavies could scramble into their grounded ships to man its guns. Screams and squeals filled the air. The enemies fled. A damped hush settled over my crew as the smoke cleared to reveal the torn bodies of guinea pigs littering the shore. A grim business. But I had honoured my commitments to the rats and found a wealth of stintlack ringing the beach to harvest the spoils. We succeeded. Hail Murinia. Or Murinia. Two houses, alike in dignity. Not that this is saying much, mind. A nation must be strong. If it reaches zeros, bad thing will happen on Pigmo Isle. Civilization quality is now 4, troubled. Spirit quality is now 3, conflicted. Ah, we have got a bale of paraben and lin. The house of Cavi had fallen. Murinia was triumphant, and all that remained were the celebrations and the continuation of our voyage. Oh, how we feasted long into the night. Then, I invited one of the Ratus Fiber to join us. After all, what is a ship without a few rats? Unlike we get the Albino Tinkerer. They were crushed, defeated, and I could see their spirits broken. Without the light of the rat star to guide them, they needed an advocate. Alright. Now let's do this, and let's hope I can still do the intercede on behalf of the cabbies. Welcome aboard. The chief engineer couldn't leave his colony, but he relayed my requests to his people. The albino rat I saw mending the net shyly stepped forward. I'm good at fixing things, he said earnestly. I'd like to see more of the world. I waited for him to gather up some effects to say goodbye to his family before accompanying him aboard. Okay, let's see what we can do here. A grudging concession. I appealed to the chief engineer's moral fortitude and sense of fair play. Perhaps the Coveys suffered the loss of the light from the centre of the island. Perhaps they were only trying to get it back, not steal it from the rats. The chief engineer looked troubled at the thought. We only wanted to be left alone, he said. He looked towards the Sanchan haphazardly bandaged among the rats' other prisoners. Perhaps further negotiation is possible. As I left, I saw the albino rat timidly offering a young Cavey prisoner a piece of fresh fish. An occurrence. Your memoirs of a rats in the making quality is now 3. You forged peace between the rats and the Caveys. An occurrence. Your Pigmo Isle spirit quality is now 6. Optimistic. We had eaten our fill and our business concluded. It was time to continue our forage and see what other wonders and terrors await us. So we'll come back later, I guess. There, you finish your diary entry. The final dregs of the rats' surprisingly good wine. They line up to salute you as you leave the victory banquet, escorting you to your ship through the foundations of the new republic. You have that with the report. This is all for now. Your hunger quality has gone.
No, where? God damn it.
A new nation has founded. Time passes on the neath most admirable empire.
Oh, he's down there, isn't he?
Alright. Oh, he's a mascot? Okay, well I guess we should probably start heading back towards London. How's everyone in chat doing? How are all you beautiful people? Thank you for sticking on by and sticking around for this. I greatly appreciate it. See if there's actually anything. We was heading back towards London, yes, but if there's anything that we can find, I will stop off. The Bunny Reefs! Southeast. And that's going in the wrong direction. We can come back. We've got that marked, so we know where it is. We can come back to that. Alright, we've got to be careful going through here. We're going into fog now. Excuse me. I'm going to need to start heading to the north. Massley Shaft. Bondovi is a pillar. Okay, yeah, that's where we've kind of been already. No. Yeah, let's head back now. Let's hope we don't run into any pirates. If we do, we can just either try and run, or we can try to fight. Actually, we haven't actually been to the ship. I've seen it here.
You can always just ask them to parlay.
Parlay? I don't think I want to. The light ship. Ah, so okay, so we can purchase fuel. We need to obviously go to... We need to go and speak to the sisters as well. Ransom I? Okay, yeah. Turn off my light because we've got enough of a light source here. Returning to London, the lights of London welcome you home. This storylet only appears when you've left sea for a while. A breath of relief. As soon as the gangplank touches the quarry, the terrors of the deep sea lighten. Walk taller. Smile more readily. What dreams may cling? Coming home. The terror is always reduced to 50 when you return home to London. If it's higher, however, your terror was high. You may suffer nightmares later. Collect messages from the Harbour Master. Okay, so all of the clatter and song of the dockside soothe the soul. Are there any messages for you? Something has changed underneath. Someone wants to sign on. The blind bruiser attends to business on the docks. That's all for now. Okay, so the Rose Market is on. You have one of this another day, a free evening. Good evening, citizen. And what a marvellous evening it is, if you don't mind me saying so, and given it is my impression that you're an obliging sort, I imagine you will not mind at all. And since you are so very obliging, perhaps you wouldn't mind making a little detour via Mount Palmerstone with a few articles of cargo, if you happen to be in the area? The cheery man will of course cover your expenses for this trifling inconvenience. Accept the commission. It is, after all, a trifling inconvenience. Ask if there is another task you could perform instead.
Could I do literally anything else?
I see you are hesitant. Perhaps you'll find Mount Palmerston unbearable. Who could blame you? Well, if you have the vinegar, there is another matter which you might be able to assist me with. No, I mean, I don't mind going. I mean, we've got to go out to places. I don't think we've been to Mount Palmerston. If you would... Oh. Okay. If you would be so kind as to deliver this little gift to our friends in Mount Palmerston, then we will see that we get to... then they will see we get to hear about it. And when you come back, we'll cover your expenses. Bon voyage! As my aunt, who was French by birth, if not by inclination, used to say. Okay. London is great. Sure, visit the Rose Market. What do we have at the Rose Market today? The veteran Privy Councillor is seeking an outlandish artifact. He is the surveying curios from distant ports with palace savants in muted supplies. The Empress dislikes loud noises. We can't do this one. Sure, we can get rid of the outlandish artifact. 150 echoes, that's not bad. Okay. Privy Councillor holds mirror behind the artifact and examines the reflection. Yes! Inferior to London's workmanships, obviously, but it will make for an acceptable conversation piece nevertheless. He snaps his fingers at his servant. Pay the captain! The spectacled admiral. You're ushered into his office of Mansion's Pyre, a cramped room with vast desks. He surveys across the desk. Ah, yes, the merchant captain of whom we hear much complicated things. The admiral will purchase intelligence from you. Assistance with the subsistence. Ask if the Admiralty can provide a little fuel to cover your costs. We don't have enough favour. Let's pass on the strategic information. He starts to read with those glasses, but he reads the summary intently.
Spanakopita!
Spanakopita!
Open up!
I think you topped out there, mate.
Might have. I wasn't even trying to be that loud.
The Spanakopita! Hey, thank you for the redemption there, Camping Tatty. I do appreciate it, my friend. Satisfactory. This is the last. Eminently satisfactory, actually. Good work. Take this for your troubles, and the clerk will see you paid. 150 echoes, and we gained an Admiralty's favour. Okay. This will take you to the dry dock, where 1 point of favour will get you 2 to 3 fuel. Okay, submit the report. What's the day-to-day like on those further shores? The Admiralty picket fleet and... Okay, yeah, sure. So, Gator's Morn. Have you something to tell us about the pirate fleets of the forests? 30 echoes of favour. Got some fuel. Then the blight. 10 echoes. Unchanged. Did gain some more fuel. I refuse to ask any questions. I don't want to give them the I don't want to give them the satisfaction. Alright, because Weather just asked questions the entire time. 20 echoes. You gained the 1 favour. Station 3, excuse me, let me call a colleague in. Omitted. This is my colleague, Mr. Villian, of the Ministry of Public Decency. Mr. Villian, is this good captain's report here? If you would care to, yes, the fire is already lit. Let us, there we go. Now only ashes remain. It might have caused you such a lot of trouble. Thank you, Captain. We appreciate your discretion. Here is your payment. You need not trouble yourself further with this affair. 100 echoes for it. Your new accomplishment, surveyed Station 3. We do hear some peculiar tales of that place. Frost found. Is it as beautiful as they say? I doubt it. Poets are notorious liars. But liars make bad poets. A paradox, isn't it? Never mind, your report. 30 echoes, cool. I'm not certain I heard you correctly. Pick my isle. 10 echoes, 1 favour, you accomplishment. Surveyed Pigmo Isle. Exiled for giving answers. That's Wither for you. Anything new? Ooh, an achievement. Rules of the Waves. Trinky. We have a raid from Trinky. I'm Trinky. Welcome in, raiders. Welcome in. Welcome in. Thank you very much for the raid, Trinky. Hello, Grey Lady... Ladian? Sorry, I'm saying your name incorrectly. Live Dream TV, hello. Alpha Nebula, thank you very much for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Hello, Maze Ending. Hello, Frost Wrong. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Welcome in. It's okay, just Grey. Okay, thank you very much, Grey. Thank you very much for the follow. I do greatly appreciate it as well for Maze Ending. Welcome in, raiders. If you do not know who I am, my name is Keronzi. I'm a variety streamer. Play a ton of different things across PC, Xbox, Switch, and board games. I'm at Rampage 7. Thank you very much for the follow. I do greatly appreciate it. What's going? What are you doing? Frost is flying on the way. Hey. Thank you very much, Frost. Nice pizza. Thank you very much. I need to get rid of the stuff around the side here, but that's my problem, no one else's. How's the stream going? The stream's going good. It's a really interesting game. I'm getting tongue-tied all over the place. It's fantastic. Rampage is fine for me. I will make sure to try and remember people's name. I am terrible remembering people's name, but thank you very much everyone coming in, and thank you for all of the new followers. I greatly appreciate it. You're getting me closer to the next cosplay stream. What's it about? Sorry for the caps. You don't have to say sorry for the caps, it's fine. Hydrate. You're gonna have to. You're forcing me to go and get away. All of you lovely people come here. It's forced me to go away and get a hydrate on. So I'll just explain what the game is first for Trinky, and then I'll do that for you, Maze. So Sunless Sea is it's a roguelite exploration game where you're in a boat, and London has fallen, quite literally. Well, fallen would be slightly incorrect.
It'd be more if it fell from like the sky.
Well, it's sunk into the ground. It's in a giant cave at the moment and has been flooded. I'm in a mood for hydration today. That's fine. I mean, it's rained out here. We've probably had about as much rainfall today as we would normally see in a September. If it wasn't for global warming. But I will return in a moment. We won't have any words from our hashtag not sponsors because all of you fantastic people have just come in here and I don't want to subjugate you to another ad. We almost drowned Trinky yesterday and today. It's a reason why my hydrate is on a cooldown. Because I know that my mods will fucking drown me.
Sick.
Hey Trinky.
Hello.
Make me feel sick.
How are you doing? Oh my
Bad,
god,
bad.
I feel
Welcome into the chat.
disgusting.
Hers is only 6 seconds. Yeah, no, mine's like 15 minutes, I think.
Maybe 60 seconds, but jeez, oh my god, I feel sick.
I'm not surprised.
I've gone from drinking 300 ml of water in a day to drinking 2.5 litres today.
But you're drinking 2.5 litres in 2.5 hours.
Yeah, it's been disgusting.
That's not good.
Well, no, it's not 2.5. It was like I drank like a litre on stream tonight.
No, fair enough. That's not so bad.
Yeah, stream hate me. But how are you doing?
Yeah, not too bad. Just here, just chilling, sailing the sunless sea.
Sailing the sunless sea.
Pretty
It's
much.
pronounced Z.
Z.
Call
yeah.
it Z.
The Z. You did just miss us doing a choose our own adventure on Pigmail Island or something like that. I think it's called.
It was pig something.
Yeah.
This game has layers,
Oh yeah.
like onions or ogres.
I love a good Shrek reference, honestly.
We basically just had to pick sides in a conflict between rats and guinea pigs.
Oh,
And
who did you choose?
I accidentally picked the rats. And we
I
then
accidentally picked the rat.
I apparently double-clicked A when I didn't mean to. I wanted to read the options. And we sailed round the south side of the island and shelled the guinea pigs. So, and then forged an alliance.
I feel like the guinea pigs need more help than the rats. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, to be honest, the rats were walking around with Derringer pistols.
Yeah, like rats are pretty smart.
The guinea pigs were in high medieval armor, though. So,
Well, there's that.
anyway, I will be right back so I can sort out that hydrate.
Yeah.
for
Sorry, I was
Maze.
just hopping to diss my own chat, but yeah, thanks.
No worries.
Right, bye guys.
See ya. And now's the perfect time to announce, don't throw shade. Get Raid, Shadow Legends, and become a legend yourself.
Really? I take my headset off, so I have no idea what you're saying, and you're pushing the raid.
I gave it a little bit of time.
We are
Man,
not
if I had done it
sponsored.
just a second early, you would have had no idea.
Mm. There you go, Maze. But yeah, we are hashtag not sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends.
I'm not gonna lie. As far as the hydrate, I would just let those build up. I'm not gonna be forcing myself to pee every 20 minutes. Though I'd probably increase the limit so it wouldn't queue up so many, because eventually there'd be 500, and it's just like, well, guess I'm doing that forever.
You're off, Rampage. Hey, thank you for coming on through with the raid. I do appreciate it. Have a good evening or day. I'm not entirely sure on your time zone, but do enjoy it.
Have a good time.
Indeed. Alright, so what we submitted the report for Codec. We've got 20 echoes. So echoes is our currency. Fuel is the fuel. Favor is things that we can use. It's 11 PM. Okay, yeah, so you work at 4 AM? Oof.
Not jealous.
I'm gonna look then. Alright, no worries, Mace. Thank you very much for stopping by. Still haven't found Cthulhu, which I'm disappointed in, but...
I don't know. What you've done so far hasn't... Oh, wait, you're talking about the...
Well, no, I'm talking about in the game as well, yeah, but, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like,
no, but this hasn't come off too strongly Lovecraftian yet.
No.
Maybe you haven't built up to it.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, they've mentioned tentacles and stuff like that, so... But no, my Cthulhu, I mean, he's just gonna forever sleep somewhere. It's fine.
So do you change the number like every stream? Is that how it goes?
No, I'll only change the number once it's been found. So the number is still the same as when I set it.
Okay, okay. What's the range on it, or have you not actually said?
It's between 1 and 1,000.
Okay, so it's like it's like approximately like what, $1 and $10?
1 cent and $10, yeah. For anyone in chat who is wondering...
Oh! Yeah, okay, I miss...
Much more Cthulhu. Lord Cthulhu is sleeping somewhere. This is just for reference. There is absolutely no obligation to even do any of this. Sitting here watching is fine. Following is fantastic. But again, no obligation to do anything whatsoever. But Cthulhu is sleeping somewhere. And you can wake him if you deem me worthy enough to give some bits. Anywhere between 1 and 1,000. And whoever manages to summon him first will win a prize. The current prize up for grabs is a 50 currency gift card for Amazon. Most of the notable numbers that you would think have been done, so I'll at least give you that, so you don't start starting from 1 bit. So I think like from 1 through 20 has been done. Today 37, 402 was done. Things like 69, 420, 666, 1000, 999 have been done, so I'd avoid those if you even wanted to try. I do not blame you if you don't want to, though. But it's just a fun little thing that I thought, hey, I'll give some things back to the community. They seemed kind enough to give me stuff. I should give them something in return. Also, I'm super pleased with the graphic for it, and also the sound that I ended up sorting for it. Not to toot my own horn.
You made it some like obscure number too, didn't you, Ronzi? It's gonna be like 12.
Well, 12's already been done, but
No. I'm just generalizing right now.
Yeah, I mean, is it obscure? Probably. I mean, it's a number. It has a meaning. Every number has a meaning.
I got it. 6969.
It's only
That's
it's only
outside
1
the
to
range.
1,000. It's only 1 to 1,000, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said 10,000 for some reason.
No, just to 1,000.
Well,
If it
for
was-
everybody
if-
else,
if it was
also that number
10,000.
is a good song by Ninja Sex Party.
Indeed.
How
If
much
it-
do you
if
get
it was-
from your bits?
1 bit is 1 cent.
Okay.
You just have to
Um,
pay a little bit more than that to get the bits. So, like,
Yeah.
buying 100 bits is more than $1, but then it's $1 for 100 bits.
Yeah. So
For
Twitch
the
need
streamer.
Twitch need to make money somehow.
They're the one handling the transaction fees.
Indeed. I mean, no. If it was between 1 and 10,000, Jesus, no, it wouldn't be a $50 gift card. It'd either be a fairly expensive board game, which I do want to do if I ever got the extra cash to buy more Kickstarter board games, or a fucking games console or something like that.
Wait, wouldn't 10,000 be...
10,000
wait.
would be
That would
up
be
to
$100.
$100, yeah, between $1 and
Okay.
$100.
I think I heard or thought I heard 10,000, but it was actually 1,000, and 1,000 is $10.
Yes.
Alrighty.
Hey, chill. Welcome in. Welcome in. Anyway, I still need to decide what I'm going to do. I don't really want to try and submit the information from Shepherd Isle as fact. I don't have enough veils. That's not what my captain is about. So I'm going to do it as hearsay. 10 echoes, we gained favour, and we gained a fuel. Ask if they need anything in particular they need. Well, if we can be assured of your discretion... Sure. The Admiral will see you now. Substance with the substance? The Admiral asks if you can provide... Oh, okay. Yeah. This port. Speak to our agent, then return. See if you were rewarded. Retrieve strategic information from the Cominian Canal, south along the coast from London. Oh, okay, yeah, so we've been there. That's fine. I was planning on probably heading south anyway, but didn't have to go north. I mean, we've got to go and take those illicit goods to the other place. We don't really need fuel at the moment. We've got 14. We've got a ton of money. Hey, thank you for the 617 bits, Valhalla. Unfortunately, that's not the correct amount to summon Lord Cthulhu. But I appreciate the attempt.
I had a feeling. Dark spectacled admiral.
I have a feeling you would love this game.
Sunless Sea. I've been looking at it like
It
keeps
it's
popping up
interesting.
on like because it's on Xbox. It keeps popping up, but like so much stuff's been popping up that I've been wanting to try. Like I wasn't gonna spend the money on it because I wasn't going to, but the Avengers is free on Game Pass, so
Right.
so I figured I'd give it a try, and it's not bad. Like I said, Phoenix Point just dropped on consoles, so
Right.
and I was super amped about that. Yeah, Xbox is hitting hard with some of the stuff. So also,
Okay.
I don't know if you have it, but Harmony of Despair is free with gold.
Oh, I already have that game. That
Okay.
game is great.
Oh, it definitely is. It definitely is.
Emmis, didn't we play that a lot back in the day?
Wait, what?
Harmony of Despair.
It sounds familiar, but I
It
Castlevania.
was
The one with
Castlevania,
Soma,
the-
I believe.
the 6-player.
oh, the multiplayer Castlevania game.
Yeah.
Like, cause it was using a book or something like that, and it had recordings of like all the different adventures, and so you could play the different protagonists, right? Jeez, that was like
Yeah.
back on the 360.
Yep.
That was years ago.
That was close to a decade ago.
Now I remember playing that. Though I do remember feeling like there wasn't like enough to keep playing it at the time.
No, it was very grind heavy.
Yeah.
Sure, let's go to the Alarming Scholar and see if we've got anything to give to them.
I'm just stoked about the advanced collection coming out, man.
Offer the Scholar an extraordinary implication. What a tantalizing crumb. 250 echoes. Favors Antiquarian has increased to 2. I mean, I could give him a Tale of the Deep. Let's give him another one of this. Favors increasing. Should we give him the Tale of the Deep? Or this seasonary? Yeah, why not? Oh, to give us 10 echoes, okay. That's good to know. Visit the Clathermound's tattoo parlor. You are a real sailor now, after all. Ah, okay, so we could have got the Wheel of Mists. Increases my veils. That probably actually would have been good. You're a real sailor now, after all. You could go for one of those. Tobacco and prey places by the docks. But the prices they come from are more reasonable. And his daughters are real artists. But what sign will you choose? The Dauntless Hand, commemorating your daring. Yeah, we'll go with that. Gain 2 iron. Our iron is now 53. Hey, our terror is now down to 13. We are now wary. Only lost 1 echo. Okay. An occurrence. Your memoirs, your own sweet skin quality is now the haunted, the Dauntless Hand. All right, let's see what the urchin tugging at my sleeve wants. An urchin tugs at your sleeve. Governor wants a word. A brooding figure waits at the lamplight's edge. Speak to the merchant veneer. I have need of a reliable agent. Failing that, an invented one. Here are my requirements. An opportunity for profits. He has very specific needs, but he'll pay much better than market rates. And he won't ask how you came by these things. Okay, I need your help. I will need your help. He has made 2 requests. You can fill either one. Something bright. Port Cecil, in the Principle of Corals. It's usually northeast, or thereabouts. That's where Stellantin comes from. Around 1,000 echoes for 7. Alright, so we have 3 of those. We could do that eventually. Something romantic and approved. They publish this stuff in Keronzi to the east, but they don't trade readily. There's a customs duty on love stories. Still, I'll pay 1,000 echoes for 7. What's this? Unlock one of Joker Adventure. Find 7 pieces. 7 volumes of something romantic and smuggled. Publish this stuff in Keronzi to the east may be difficult, but they don't really trade. And the bazaar loves tax. The bazaar taxes love stories. Okay, so we can either get it approved or we can smuggle it in. Okay. Oh, okay, well that's not good. Possibly, there's a reason you might want to set to Z on a boat the size of a dining room table. Possibly. Well, that's what we currently have. Capacity 50. Hold capacity goes to 30. Weight is reduced. 5 quarters. Minus 10. Bonus to mirrors and bonus to veils. Yeah, we're going for a more stealthy. Corvette, though. What has this got? Hull is 20. Oh, a frigate. A dreadnought. Fuck yeah. Screw stealth. Minus 25 to veils. London. We'll into the dry dock. If badly damaged and short of money, this is worth a go. You can call in your favours with the Admiralty to have a cheap, good quality work done on your ship. Employ Ratsesferber engineers. Screw it. I mean, I don't mind paying the 100. I've got the echoes for it at the moment. Right. Don't need the fuel as much, but what we do need is supplies. That's fine. The exchange, we want to keep those because the merchant is after them. Alright, yeah, these are weapons and stuff, isn't it? Can I even put an aft weapon? Can't. I've got anything that can go in the auxiliary and the bridge right now. Excuse me. Combat rooms from the system can be deployed quicker to prepare. Okay. Secure compartment. Ensure no one gets in without a key, in or out. Alright, yeah, that's... we don't really need anything. Alright. Time to set sail, everyone!
That's what's up. High
let's-
seas adventure awaits.
Indeed.
I'm just set the clock to sail o'clock.
Indeed, we're gonna go and see the sisters. Over at Hunter's Keep. And then we're gonna head to the south. Oh, they're receiving lunch there. Okay, that's... There we got our report. Okay, so we need to get some recent news. That might tempt them out. Let's go around this way. Yes, run! Run! Oh, you got a cask of mushroom wine. Nice. No. Now we head south. Ooh, a crab? Sure. Alright, so you set to work. Yeah, okay, cool. We bought supplies, we don't really need to get supplies from it. Oh, okay. No. So. Once a simple fishing village, this was part of London's... Okay, yeah. Sure. Drinks at the Cock and Magpie, okay. A warm night on Mutton Island, a balmy wind blows east. Rich with promise. There are torches bobbing up on the hill. Whatever happening, it's for locals only, but you could follow them. There is not much about the undersea, but Mutton Island suffers eerie gusts and buffs from an inexplicably local fragment of weather, and the air atop the hilltops sometimes carries interesting scents. Pick up a wretched mog. A yellow-eyed, magey, piebald thing winds around your ankle like a manacled chain. You've never seen a cat's mouth open that wide. Presumably it's hungry. No, I'm good. What I might do is I may go up... We'll go up the top, see what we can find up here. Toasting the wind. You stand on a cliff top, looking over the little village. Smoke from the chimneys of the Cock and Magpie drifts straight upwards. As you watch, the smoke tilts. The sun wind thins it to a pencil smudge. Then nothing. The wind screams unexpectedly, like a god cut in half. What a noise. It must be the caves around the island channeling the air at last. That's the most comforting explanation. Below you, the locals each take nips from a shared flask and make a toast towards the mainland. The wind is southerly. Sure, chat to the fisherman. We got a report. Hey, we might as well have drinks at the Cock and Magpie. We didn't last time we were here. The trees of the Neath are scraggly and wretched, scraping a living with a parasynthesis. But the apples of Mutton Island are tart and powerful, perfect for cider. Cider? Cider! This stuff is stronger than it looks. You stretch out in your seat, stare through the leaded window at your safely moored ship, and find yourself whistling. The landlord gives you a friendly grin and goes back to wheating his cleaver. Cool. Alright, let's see what's in this square that we didn't actually explore. Alright, so. We've reached our destination. We're not going to take the gates up. We don't really need to go outside. Fulfill the commission. A deeply tanned vagabond waits in a jolly boat. His clothes are ragged and his face is filthy, but his voice and manners are educated. His message is a string of numbers and the names of 7 towns in Essex, Shropshire, and Cumbria. He insists that you repeat it back to him 3 times. He will not allow you to commit it to paper.
You could just put it on paper when you're out of eyesight.
True.
But maybe that's just some spite talking.
Maybe. Alright. This would be a prime spot for a pub or wine shop, but the interests of the Echoes Bazaar and the laws of London prevent it. They don't like competition. Still, there are temporary half-legal hostelries in the long-moored ships. Here you trade stories with suntanned surface sailors, stories of Paris and Batvia, the Lost Fieries, and the Final Isles. You have a vision of the surface. Business as usual. The gates open and shut. The locks remain free from sabotage. If anywhere besides London is safe, in all the undersea, it's here. The surface nations have an interest in keeping the way open. Alright, well, we need to... there is a... ways we can go. Oh, wait, okay, no, actually, I do want to show that. What's this? The Admiralty suddenly wants to know this. Another day. Visit from a blind... We'll do this, determine how you win. Not even sure where I should be going. I mean, they talked about going to the northeast, didn't they? The open seas. What we really need is sea shanties. Whoa. What? Really? Rat barge, okay. You destroyed a rat barge. The ship is yours. What will you do with that? Ooh, bolts of spider silk. So we got some volcanic isles. Apparently we're being watched. Interesting. Okay. Keep it on our sights. Damn them. Yeah, some more linen. Nice. We're running out of fuel. We are far from a port. mushrooms. Ooh, okay. To the northeast. Awesome. Oh, that's not too far. Cool. Let's head on up there. Once we get there, let's see what's about. Make a decision. Where's the dock? Oh, I can sail underneath it. Interesting. Climb the fungal fiber ladders to its summit. Shaggy, suspicious villagers scratch at a living there, amidst endless clouds of spores and scurrying mobs of plant-animal hybrids. None of them ever leave. Monsters! One explains darkly. Is he full of monsters? Sure. The villagers live a shabby but sufficient life. The Uttershroom provides. They are secretive, taciturn, and curious. Ships rarely visit. A gaggle of Bleminians, purple tentacle fungus things, follow you down the ropes of your ship, whistling cheerfully. Bleminians are vicious little monsters, usually. But the ones on the Unterstroom seem friendly. If they trouble you, you could probably throw them overboard. Docile Blemingham's, it has claws, it has a fierce double beak, but just now it seems disinclined to use them. Well, because we have the Gallivanteer, we actually have the encounter and encourage your Gallivanteer to explore. Unaccustomed silence. Your ever-present Blemingham is, for once, nowhere to be seen. The engine room is quiet. Your maps are exactly as you left them. Not one is defaced or crumpled in a ball. Finally, you spot the tip of a tendril poking out from under a pile of unwashed clothes. Your Bellingham indicates that it is under no circumstance whatsoever will it be emerging. What could be so bad about the other shroom? Did other mushrooms bully it? Search a shroom top. Fibrous huts, spore fogs, that endless damp purple smell. Is there anything else? There's something different about this patch of mushroom rind. It's crumbly, frayable. You dig into it. It's a rich appley smell emerges from beneath. You found a pocket of different fungus stuff. Pale green and delicious. Your crew scoops into buckets. Embedded in it are fruit. Soul's fruit. They grow in swamps. Far from here. That's peculiar. Beginner's luck. You found something valuable. Once per game, something pleasant will happen. Visit the village. Hospitable? Not exactly, but they usually don't chase you off with sticks. And they usually let you sit beside their mildew-smelling fire. The Utter Shroom releases spores according to its own indisputable schedule. Today the air is soupy thick. They coat your hair, they clog your throats, they gather like sleep in the corner of your eyes. Conversely, with the Shroomsters, it's impossibly hard. You return to your ship where you find a tiny purple shroom growing already in your ear. Have a tale of terror. Awesome. Trade honey. Honey? The shroom seller explains. Everyone wants honey. Life on the other shroom is unnerving, occasionally deadly poisonous. The shroomsters are desperate for the diversion that prisoners' honey can bring, but vague about what they can pay in return. Supplies, though, at least. What I think we'll do is we'll speak to our mascot. The penguin flails and squirms as you tickle it. Its high-pitched warble is almost certainly giggling. When you stop to check if you're not actually hurting it, it wraps its tendrils around your finger and pulls your hand back. Apparently, it's enjoying itself. Oh, actually, I forgot that it has... Yeah, when we first picked it up, Amos, I don't think you were here for it. It drew a moustache on itself to make it look older. I didn't actually realise that was in the portrait. That's hilarious. You pull your second best chart and several pens. The random squeaks and bounce over. Up and okay. Well, chat, I do believe we're actually going to call it there, though. Manual save, merciful mode. I'm going to send the seal the saves. No. Am I switching from this one? Oh, no. It's fine. Quit the title. Yes. Do the ending credits. Stick around, we'll try and find someone to raid for all of you lovely people. But I want to say thank you very much to everyone who has been here. Thank you to the raids, not only from Anachrist, but also from I Am Trinky. Both fantastic individuals. I appreciate it so much.
I appreciate you, sir.
Thank you very much, man. So, firstly, thank you very much to our moderating team. Oh, Fist of Valhalla, Sari Bot, SJ Hunter Killer, Streamlabs, The Real Atmisk, and Nikolai Vladov. If it was not for you guys, oh, this stream would not run as smoothly as it does. Thank you very much to the cheers from Hasgam Zeldaman and from Fist of Valhalla. It is immensely, gratefully appreciated. Now, thank you very much to the new follows of Alpha Nebula, Maze Elding, Grey, I'm Rampage. You have all helped us get closer to that 750 goal cosplay stream. Now everyone, say goodbye to YouTube, whether it be to whoever is watching this, or whether it's to your future selves if you decide to watch this post over on YouTube. Stick around, we will find someone to raid in a moment. But thank you very much for watching. If you're watching this post on Twitch or on YouTube, now why don't you think about hitting that follow or subscribe button in the relevant locations? You are, especially if it is on Twitch, because as I just said, if we somehow, some way, make it to 750 followers, there'll be another cosplay stream. If you are watching on YouTube, why don't you think about leaving a thumbs up for any constructive comment. You can do that. It helps the video get noticed by the dreaded algorithm. You can do both of those things. Well, it doubles the exposure, and you would be majestic people. Better yet, why don't you consider stopping on by when we are live on Twitch? You can lurk, you can interact with us in chats. Either is good with us, and ultimately it's your viewership that counts, so it really drives things forward on this channel. So let us see if there is anyone to raid. Excuse me. You know, I don't know how long he's going to be going for. Would go. Thank you. But we are actually going to raid Mr. Camping Tatty. I'm going to be playing some Minecraft with him in the morning. But right now, he is doing some Pokemon. Not sure which he's playing. He's either Sword or Shield, but he's doing the Fire Nation challenge right now. We'll go on over, say hi to him. If you can join us for this raid, I would greatly appreciate it. You don't have to. If you can't, I do understand. But if you can, well, copy this on over, and so he knows where we come from. But for everyone else, until next time, everybody, stay safe.